red beans, and baked chicken. Wake up, babe.
I'm out the bed, huh?
No. But the bed's not our shoe.
Out the bed, and on the couch.
Okay. Shine might be coming. I'm here.
It's good. It's nice. It's good to hear. It's good to hear.
Good.
China and Steven?
I don't know. AP on her, so I know she can do it. She said she coming.
Why is it doing that?
So, we been kind of, you know, hanging out a little bit of time. Whatever I do, jobs, but however, between two jobs, hanging out is not easy.
Trying.
What you trying to do?
Just prop it up correctly.
What that one is?
All right, sir.
Shalom, shalom, everyone. How y'all doing?
You know how you do a little mic check?
Test one. Yeah. It's live, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, we're on. I hope everyone is having a productive and good Sabbath. Shalom to everyone out there.
I can't see you.
Again, this is Asa coming in today for this Sabbath, and I'd like to talk about new moon Sabbaths, and particularly a new moon that happens to land on the Sabbath. I was posed a question 2 weeks ago by Brother Gabe. He said, well, Brother Asa, I've never heard, I'm not going to lie, I've never heard or read or been doing research, I've ever seen anywhere where it would be permissible to have a feast on the new moon that happens to be on the Sabbath. And my point was, I want to make this 100% clear, because like I always mention, I'm continuing to learn, and he even had me study even more, going down the rabbit hole, really, in a sense. And 2 weeks ago I said that it was 100%, well, I didn't say, I'm not quoting myself, but I did say what I said in a way that I would believe that it is permissible to eat, cook and eat, to have a feast on the new moon that happens to land on the Sabbath day. I will acknowledge that, but I will say now, upon me doing research for a couple of weeks since I missed last week, I'm more on the 50-50 now, but I found even more things to be interesting that I'd like to get into. So to even begin the lesson, I'll start by asking Gabe, what does it mean to you, Brother Gabe? What does the new mean to you, and what does it signify as far as your understanding? Just specifically the new moon. That's your answer? Okay. So we understand the new moon is essentially that, yes, a celebration of a new month for the Israelites. This day is to be observed with joy, gladness, and feasting. It is a feast day. The new moon is to be treated as a Sabbath, and we are forbidden to work, buy, and sell. The new moon is a holy convocation as well. So we're supposed to gather and congregate, and then that's essentially what a new moon means to me as well, Brother Gabe. So let's start at Leviticus 23 and verse 2, and all I want to do is just introduce the new moon and give just a few scriptures about what the definition, I guess, and what's required in a sense. We won't go in too much detail because it's just a small point that we're discussing. So not really the regulations, anything like that, just more so definitions and different instances where the new moon was mentioned. Leviticus 23 and verse 2. So it says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speaking to the children of Israel, and saying unto them, concerning the feasts of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts. And I just wanted to bring that out because of what me and Gabe just spoke about. His answer was a new moon signifies a new month. And during that observance, we're supposed to do certain things, such as which will when you blow the trumpet, have a feast, congregate, as it is a holy convocation, etc. Right? So I just wanted to bring that up, just to introduce that again. Now I want to go to Numbers 10 and 10.
Now, if we're supposed to treat it like a Sabbath, we're not supposed to cook and stuff on the Sabbath, right?
Yes. That's what we're getting into. That's what we're getting into, because one could also argue, well, it's told that we must have a feast and congregate on the new moon. So the question would then be, which is what I'll get into. The question is, does the Sabbath rulings or requirements oversee what the new moon requires us to do, even though the new moon might land on the Sabbath day? That's the point. Because there's also rules and regulations we are to keep during the new moon as well, right? So that's what we're going to get into. So Numbers 10 and 10, it reads, did anybody else have a question, Zeph? Gabe, as of now? Oh, okay. Numbers 10 and 10, it reads, also on the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginnings of your months, which we just spoke about, right? Which Gabe answered. You shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for memorial before your God. I am the Lord, your God. Right? So just as I mentioned previously, there's certain things that we must do, right? It says here, the beginning of our months, we shall blow with the shofar, right? Trumpets over our burnt offerings and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings. Okay. Now I want to go to the Apocrypha. We'll get Sirach chapter 43. And I'm going to read verses 6 through 8. Please, anybody, just feel free to,
Wait, what chapter again?
43, starting at verse 6.
Let me know what's up when I focus on my notes.
All right.
You said 43 and 6?
Yeah, I'll start at 6 and 6 through 8. Okay, it reads, he made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. So it's for the moon itself, right? She's for a declaration of times and a sign of the world, which Brother Zephaniah always talks about, right? We speak about that all the time. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. So, verse 7, really, and verse 8 are the points. And obviously verse 6 highlights everything, being that the moon is to serve as a sign and a declaration of times, right? It's also a sign of feast, which we also spoke about in significance with the new moon, right? And also the month is called after her name, which was what Gabe already answered, increasing wonderfully and her changing, right? Okay. Now I would like to go to Isaiah 66. 66. Mhm. So it reads, and it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Lord. So, to me, there's a clear distinction between, like your point, Sister Yehuda, if it's the Sabbath and the Sabbath says this, then should it not be permissible for us to cook on the Sabbath, even though if it's a new moon, right? So here there's a distinction between the two, so the two are different. New moon is one thing, and the Sabbath is the other, right? And that's kind of the point here. But also trying to go into rather, when both coincide, what's really supposed to happen? What are we talking about? What does Torah say, right? Okay. And lastly, family, I would like to go to Psalms 81. Psalms 81, verse 3. Okay, so book of Psalms 81, verse 3. Shalom. It starts by saying, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. So blow up the trumpet in the new moon. So the new moon is to be observed, right? In the time appointed. We just spoke about how the moon is to serve for times and signs, right? So the time appointed in which Gabe already answered the new month. On our solemn feast day, so it is observed and to be observed as a solemn feast day. We are to have a feast over the new moon, right? So what I want to do now, well, before I get into that, do we have any questions so far about that?
What?
Anything that I'm saying,
So
or anything I'm reading, sorry.
Alright, so the whole point you're trying to make is that the Sabbath day can land on the new moon or vice versa. Is that what you're trying to say, or you're saying that like the new moon is the Sabbath? I'm sorry, like which
Well,
one?
I mean, essentially both, because the new moon is to be observed as a Sabbath. We read that, and then yes to your other question, can the new moon land on the Sabbath or vice versa? Can the Sabbath happen to be when a new moon occurs? So yes to both of your questions, but my point is, if that happens to be, then if the new moon is to be observed as a holy convocation, as we can blow the trumpets and a solemn feast day, and it happens to land on the Sabbath, then what is permissible and what's not? And where does it say that in Torah? How can we find the answer to that? So that's my point. Because, like I mentioned in the beginning, my point to you 2 weeks ago was I was really on the side of, man, we can do this. This is permissible, but obviously I've had to be prepared for the lesson for when I was going to introduce the lesson. So now I'm telling you that I'm kind of 50-50 now upon the research that I've been doing, that I want to talk to you all about today, and also like I mentioned the first lesson I did, I like interactive lessons. I want to see what we all think and commentate on these things, what I find interesting. So that's what I'd like to accomplish today. So, did I answer that, Gabe?
I guess you can. I guess you did, but like after this, I do have like a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Afterwards.
After what?
Like after the lesson.
Okay. Did anybody else?
No, you said 50-50.
No, I'm saying, so when I say 50-50, I mean like, I'm just on maybe more leaning on the side of, it might not be permissible for us to cook on the Sabbath. But some of me still are saying that if a new moon does happen to land on the Sabbath and it's to be a feast day, then how can I prove that we can't? Where's that in Torah?
Because, I mean, think about it. You can prepare the food and stuff.
And David fled from Naioth and Ramah and came and said before Jonathan, "What have I done? What is mine iniquity? And what is my sin before your father that he seeketh my life?" So we understand that David now fully comprehends that Saul could very well be coming up with a plan to kill him, right? And he said unto him, "The Lord forbid, you shall not die. Behold, my father will do nothing either great or small, but that he will show it me. And why should my father hide this thing from me? It is not so." So Jonathan is obviously on the side of, this is my dad. My dad's not going to keep anything away from me. He trusts me. If he planned something to do to you, then I would have already known it. Or I will know, or he'll tell me. And David swore moreover, and said, "Your father certainly knoweth that I have found grace in your eyes." And he saith, "Let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved. But truly, as the Lord liveth, and as your soul liveth, there is but a step between me and death." Even with that, like, this may be aside from the lesson, but when I was reading over today, I found this even to be powerful because these are really strong traits of a leader, right? Him being in tune with reality and not really an emotional sense, right? I think that's very important, a very, really good trait to kind of highlight with King David, because obviously him and Jonathan loved each other as brothers, and Jonathan was telling David, "Look, you can trust me, but David had the realization of, look, this man wants to kill me. At the end of the day, I have to protect myself, right? And I'm very aware of this. I'm not gullible. Even though I've done so many things for this man and for the nation of Israel, I'm still very aware that this man wants to kill me." Right? Then said Jonathan unto David, "Whatsoever your soul desireth, I will even do it for you." Verse 5 reads, "And David said unto Jonathan, Behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I should not fail to sit with the king at meat. But let me go, that I may hide myself in the field until the third day at evening." So verse 5 highlights that tomorrow, right, when David and Jonathan are speaking, the plan is for David to leave, right, go upwards to Bethlehem, and him and Jonathan are speaking, and Jonathan and him are aware that tomorrow is the new moon, and that it's required for us to have a feast, right? So obviously Saul, being the king, will host this feast that is required, and obviously he is expecting the people that specifically serve him to be in attendance. And David is someone who should be in attendance, right? So now I'd like to skip down to verse 18. It reads, "Then Jonathan said to David, Tomorrow's the new moon, and you should be missed, because your seat will be empty." So that's just what we spoke about, just to kind of get more in depth about that, right? 24. "So David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon was come, the king sat him down to eat meat." Verse 27. "And it came to pass on the morrow, which was the second day of the month, that David's place was empty, And Saul said unto Jonathan his son, Wherefore cometh not the son of Jesse to meet, neither yesterday nor today? So to answer your question, Sister Yehuda, thank you. That serves as proof that King Saul chose to observe the new moon and have 2 feasts for 2 days. And David was not there either day. So I guess to kind of get into the lesson, right? Because like I said, I don't want to interact and commentate. As far as reading this, my question would be, I have a few. How do we know that this new moon, at this specific day, was not on the Sabbath? How do we know that it wasn't on the 7th day of the week? Although it says the 2nd day of the month, would it be so that then the 2nd day of the month could not be the 7th day of the week? Meaning, could the 2nd day of the month and the 2nd day of that week could never be or never land on the Sabbath, being that the Sabbath is the 7th day of the week? Or could it very well be possible that the 2nd day of a month can very well be the 7th day of the week? So it could be possible that the new moon could very well land on the Sabbath. And if so, then we could have a discussion about that. Before we get into that, I want to know y'all's thoughts about that.
Wait, hold on. So I'm gonna need you to ask that question again, so I can understand them more. Because you asked like 3 different questions.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, you said I was going to answer a few. Ask a few. Zeph, did you understand? I was confusing. So I know you said you're talking about trying to confuse people. I was trying.
I said you said that?
You said I confuse people sometimes.
When did I say that?
Maybe a month ago or something.
I don't remember that. But I understood what you was asking, but it don't matter if I understand. All that matters is that he don't.
Okay, I'll actually. So verse 27 says, and it came to pass on the morrow, which was the 2nd day of the month, right? The new moon. So we've got context in 1 Samuel 20 where obviously David does not want to be there because he is saving his own life, trying to at least, by not being at the king's table for us to have a feast, right, which is required on the new moon. That happens to land, which what you said was the beginning of the month. But we know and understand that Saul observed it 2 days. So in verse 27, this is highlighting the 2nd day of the feast, right? So what I'm asking is, does that mean that, could one argue and substantiate that the 2nd day of the month could never be the 7th day of the week, which we know to be as the Sabbath, right? Or could it very well be possible that the 2nd day of the month could be the 7th day of the week and it land on the Sabbath? Is that possible? And if so, how could you prove that? Or how can we prove that?
That it could or it couldn't.
Do you understand the question?
You're asking, how do we know that the first day or the 2nd day of the month wasn't a Sabbath?
Essentially. Can one prove that?
I mean, out for this one chapter, no.
Or even with the Hebraic calendar, anything like that. Because I couldn't just say, right, it wouldn't make sense to say, hey, the 2nd day of the month could be a Saturday. I'm not saying that because we know that these days and stuff like that, that's not, that's nothing to do with really the point or us. What I'm saying is something deeper than that. I'm not talking about days. We already know the Sabbath happens to land on a Saturday. I get that. One can't prove that this particular scripture, or anywhere for that matter, the 2nd day had to have been on Saturday. I'm not saying that. because we didn't look at days like that, right? So we looked at it second day of the month or the seventh day of that week. And I'm asking, could the second day of the month land on the seventh day of the week? Because that would mean that the new moon could very well be not only observed as a Sabbath, but be on the Sabbath. Or is that impossible? Can the second day of the month, being that second day of the week essentially, could never be the seventh day of the week? Yeah.
The second day of the week could not be the seventh day of the week.
The second day of the month, I mean. I'm sorry, the second day of the month.
This freaking thing is retarded.
When once the term new month is mentioned, that next day would always be considered the first day of that month. So I don't think the second. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't see the second day. Well, I heard you say, can the second day of a month of a week be the seventh? Right.
What I meant was, could the second day of the month be the seventh day of the week?
Well,
Being that even with specifically the new moon, it signifies the beginning of the month, so it would be the first day of the month, right?
right.
Yeah.
So
With
that's,
that.
yeah, so, I mean, I think, just, like I said, we read, if it's a new month, then that would signify the first, the next day would signify the first day of that month, so. It has, yeah, so the Sabbath would be the seventh day of that, yeah.
According to, I mean, you can make it confusing to somebody if you try to explain it, because even when he created this world, he didn't say the first day was a Sunday. We assume that. He just said the first day was creation, and on the seventh day he rested. So if a new moon falls in the middle of the week, then if we didn't go by this calendar that we are going by, that would actually be on a different day of the week every seventh day.
It is. What I'm listening to the question, what I understand is it possible? Yes, it is possible that the new moon could fall on the Sabbath day, on the seventh day, and the beginning of the month could fall on the seventh day. Now, my answer is solely based on the calendar and what we experiencing in these day and age. Because the calendar that we do have here and what we're on, or we're dealing with in this day and age. Because, yeah, the first time, the first of the month, I was following on the Saturday before, Saturday before. And it possible. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah. This one here is
I see it different.
according to this scripture right here, it is possible that it could have been. But as far as me giving me concrete evidence on how and where and then I said I can't be there right now.
Okay. What'd you say, sister?
I'm saying I couldn't agree with that, because if it's the new moon, it's the first day, so it can't be the seventh day too. If we're gonna go according to the moon and not the calendar, we can't use both.
You're talking about a month and a week. That's what he's saying.
I know.
So if you want the first day of month can fall on the seventh day of the week.
Based on the calendar that we use today.
Yeah,
But not if we're not using the calendar.
oh yeah.
I think the conflict come in if we're trying to use the moon and the calendar. That becomes conflicting. It's like trying to meet with seeds that we're not supposed to. We either gonna go by the calendar or we're gonna go by the moon. We can't do both.
But still, I mean, going by the calendar and the moon, because you talking about months and weeks. Okay, so if you got if a month, because it's even written months, days, and weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, when he was created, the first day, the second day. So
What day?
the first day and the second day, and then he even broke it down to say, oh, the month. He started giving us months later on down the line, living them. The seventh day or the 14th day in that month. So if there's the case, then you can sexualize the month because
Well, I think
1, 2,
too, it
3,
has
4, 5, 6, 7 is the first week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah,
6,
but would
7,
that
is
fall
second week.
on a date in the calendar if you counted it according to the calendar? Because if the new moon was on a Wednesday, you started counting on the Wednesday, 7 days would end on the Sabbath.
Yeah.
So, if let's say if your point, Sister Anita, if the new moon does land on the Sabbath, then what would be permissible and what wouldn't be permissible?
Practicing this our entire life or more, you know.
So-
You won't really know. Like we don't even really know what we're doing is correct because we haven't been following, I guess, with the moon calendar or looking at the moon to know which day is right. But you can't mix the number of days with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday because they don't. You get what I'm saying? Like
So
they
you're
don't.
saying that there's a possibility that even today may not be the same day.
Could possibly be.
Yeah, because we're going by the Gregorian calendar as the day then, whereas, you know, they didn't use this calendar script, like they didn't use days of the week, the scripture, they just stuck strictly with numbers.
So could that also mean that the new moon can never land on the Sabbath? Is that what you're saying, Sister?
We don't know.
I mean,
We can't
that's,
say
that's, that's kind of how because like I said, when you think of the word new moon, that means that's the beginning of the month, which is going to be the first day. So if we're not looking, we taking a Gregorian calendar, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be butchering that word, but if you take that calendar completely out of the equation, then in my mind, if we're just going by numbers, if you're telling me this is the new moon, then that represents to me that this is the first day of the month. So it's not gonna be the seventh day. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like, but we're trying to compare
Yeah.
that to the calendar we're using today, and that's kind of, you know, if you look at it that way,
Right.
yeah, you could then you could say, well, yeah, the new moon is possible land on Saturday
So-
because we're using this calendar to say that.
So one begins recording, and the days are in order for that year. Passover's been announced. So that would mean that the new moon was signified, right? Okay. And let's say one observes the new moon as the full moon, and as far as illuminancy, whatever the term is, 100% illuminated on the seventh day of the week, and that happens to be when the new moon is clarified, then what?
Wait, say that again.
You said that's impossible?
Wait, say, I'm sorry. Say it again.
You're saying the same thing again. You're trying to use two calendars. You're trying to use the calendar that we use today, and you're trying to use the moon. They're not gonna work.
Wait, how do I do that?
Because today you consider it
Say
the
today
day,
is the new. Today was the new moon. 7 days from today will be.
No, what I asked was if the moon was full, and the days have already been recorded, and Passover's been announced, and whether you observe the new moon as the dark moon or the full moon. What I'm saying is, if you observe it as the full moon and it's fully illuminated on the seventh day, and the days are already recorded, but on the seventh day, the full moon is 100% illuminated. I'm not saying nothing about a calendar. Nothing like, I'm talking about the light.
So when
And
you
on the
say,
being on the seventh day.
when you say the days are already recorded, what do you
Yeah.
mean?
The new moon has already been signified. So now we can start our year, right?
No, I'm saying, what do you mean when you say the days have already been recorded and then we have a new moon? So what days are you talking about?
The first day of the year. Like the first days of the year. The new year.
That was considered the first day of the month?
Wait, what?
That you considered to be the first day of the month, the new moon being the
Well,
first
yeah,
day?
yeah.
So the days before, you're saying the days prior to that are already recorded. What do you mean when you say recorded? What are they recorded as?
Just days.
What days? Are you saying days according to a number or according to the calendar that says the days before was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
I'm not
Friday?
talking about any calendar.
So when you say established, I mean that those days are already marked. What are they marked as? Just numbers?
I
Is it the 28th day, the 30th day, and
mean,
then there's
sure,
a new
you
moon?
can say numbers, but I'm not talking about days as in calendars.
So how are you marking the days then?
By the moon.
So if it's a new moon, then that's considered as a what?
A new month.
Okay, so then what are you calling those days before then? If you're not counting them, then you just forget about them and just go with the new moon.
Yeah, but you have a new moon every month.
Right, so every new moon then is a new month. So then you are even consider the days.
So when does the year begin?
He says at the beginning, I mean he said the month of a bee.
Yeah, but when is the month of the bee?
What are we going by?
First day of spring.
What are we going by? What's the first day of spring? What are we going by?
We would have to go by the moon.
Okay, how do you know that moon that is showing is the month of a bee?
Well, that's the point. I don't know.
I think to answer your question though, you said how you know it's a new, in my mind, in order for it to be a new month, that means a number of days has already had passed, right?
Yeah.
Not just 7 days. Or,
Mhm.
sorry, not just 6 days. At least 30 days has
Mhm.
passed and you got a new,
And the brand new month.
right. So it's not possible for this new moon to land on the 7th day if 30 days has already passed. You get what I'm saying? So if it's,
It is actually 30 days.
I mean, it could,
28 days.
it could be 28. let's say 28. If the new moon is, if you're looking at a new moon right now, like you said, whether it's full or however people, but let's just say for us, we're looking at it fully illuminated. So if I see a fully illuminated moon in the sky right now, then that signifies to me that at least 28 or 30 days has passed.
Right.
So this is the first day, or the next day would be considered, the first day of the month. At daylight, that would be considered the first day. So it couldn't be the 7th day if you've already had 28 or 30 days pass. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna start off back at one, and it'll just keep continuing the cycle, whether it's 20 days, 30 days, whatever. But you know when you look in the sky and see that full moon, at least 28 to 30 days, whichever one looks out. But those days have already passed, so you can't go from 28 days and then you see the new moon, and then you like, damn, this is the 7th day.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it can only land on the first day of the week.
First day of the month.
Yeah. Which would be the first day of the week.
Well, we don't know if it's gonna be. We don't know if it's the first day of the week.
I mean, it
Well, that's why I was
I mean,
saying.
it could be, but we don't know.
If you're not using months and you just say, okay, so you're saying 7 days in a week, then yeah.
And that's
And
the
that
whole,
first day-
that's
Yeah.
what I said. I didn't really have a point.
Yeah.
I didn't really have a stance. That's
Yeah,
what I
I
said.
know.
I was 50-50.
Oh, true.
And I am leaning more towards what
Yeah.
y'all are talking, and it makes sense to me. But this is just a thought.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not certain, but that was, like you
Yeah.
said, that's just my thought process.
No, I understand.
So,
No,
like, I
I
get it.
understand. Jeff, I know you want to just say something. What you wanted to say,
That's
bro?
it.
But we went over this, man.
When do we go over this?
Plenty of times. If it don't have nothing to do with no Gregorian calendar. There's 7 days in a week. It doesn't matter when the month starts. And yes, in fact, you could have the month start on any day of the week. It doesn't matter. So if the month starts on what we would know as a Tuesday, which would be the third day, your Sabbath is still going to be 4 days later. You can prove that, because your second question when you talked to him was, can the Sabbath fall on the new moon? Which the answer to that is yes, because the new moon is 28 days or 29 and a half or something like that. If you look at it specifically, it's not a set number. And even if it was a set number, it would have to be in a divisible of 7 for it to land constantly on the same day every time, which it's not. Because it's like 29 to 30 days or something like that, which is not a divisible of 7. Which means your Sabbath, your new moon can land on any day of the week, in essence. What that then means is, as far as what y'all are talking about with the Gregorian calendar has nothing to do with this. If just because it's the first month according to the moon, it's the first day of the month, that does not have anything to do with the week. Because if the new day of the month can fall on any day of the week, because it can fall on the Sabbath, and that means it can fall on a Friday, it can fall on a Thursday, it can fall on a Wednesday. Your week don't change because your new moon changed. But what it sounds like is there's a suggestion that if the new moon is the first day, then that must mean that it now has to be the first day of the week, which is where the doctrine of the new moon Sabbath comes from, which is what GMS teaches, and what a couple of other camps teach. Which means that technically, if you believe that, you cannot be keeping the Sabbath every Saturday. Okay, because that would mean that your Sabbath is predetermined off of your new month. So if the new month started on a Tuesday, you would have to do what those brothers do, and every Tuesday for 3 weeks or for 4 weeks, your Sabbath is on a Tuesday. Now, after that 4 weeks is done, because remember, the new moon lasts about 29 to 30 days, or the moon phases to 29 to 30 days. After that 4 weeks is done, you're going to have a gap, meaning you're going to have a 2 or 3 day reset, because that's when the new moon is going to come in, which is then going to fall on another day. Let's say it's a Thursday. So you went on from having your Sabbath on a Tuesday, you got to turn around and have your next Sabbath on Wednesday, Thursday. And let's be for real, these brothers who we believe that don't even be doing that. The point is, the Gregorian calendar has nothing to do with this. This is easily proven. I demonstrated this one time at service. It was at the library where I showed if you was to look at a week calendar. Let's just read it out the Bible so we can.
Well, that wasn't even my point.
What?
My point wasn't the Gregorian calendar.
I mean, it's being brought up. I didn't say it was anybody's point or not. The point is, this has nothing to do with anything.
Well, nah, bro. You said that we've spoken about this. My whole premise was to answer this question 2 weeks ago about whether or not it was permissible.
I'm talking about everybody. I'm not.
Well, no, just if you saying it, I just wanted to make sure I understood.
No, if I was saying something specifically about something that you said, I would cite what you said. I'm talking about in general. We've had this discussion multiple times, and I've had this discussion with you guys because of this very notion that if you're on the fence about something and you're not equipped with the scriptures to know that what in fact you're doing is based off of sound principles, then you can be swayed into doing something that you probably should not or would not otherwise do. So if that's the case, then that means we need to go over this again, and you need to take notes, and we need to be able to know exactly what is being said as far as new moon in conjunction with a Sabbath. Okay, you went to 1 Samuel chapter 20. This is the core of this whole conversation. This is a point in time where the new moon has started. Yes, they kept the new moon for about 3 days. Why did they do that? Because depending on when you decide to look at the new moon, whether it's the dark moon or the full moon, it doesn't really matter. It's going to look like that for about 3 days, okay? To where you can visibly see If you believe it's a dark moon, you'll begin to visibly see light. Or if it's a full moon, you'll begin to visibly see a dark crescent forming in it. That's why they did that. Anywho, in 1 Samuel chapter 20, it says in verse 11. And just to give some context, because we don't need to read this whole chapter. You could read this whole chapter on your own time for your own references. But just to give some context, they're keeping a new moon. David is not there because he knows Saul wants to kill him. So he's hiding. He tells Jonathan to give him an excuse to say he's going to keep a feast elsewhere. He's not keeping the feast, because you don't have to keep, everybody does not have to come and keep the feast of new moon in the same spot.
Going to Bethlehem.
Correct. It just so happened that David lived near the king, so therefore he would be going to the new moon feast where the king would be at, versus where the other Israelites in other places will be keeping the feast wherever they're at. So he skips it. And when he skips it, the point is, Jonathan is telling his father that he's not skipping it because of any particular reason. He just asked him to leave. But this is only for one day. He asked the second day, and he says that he went to Bethlehem. Saul is starting to perceive that something is wrong, and he knows that Jonathan is taking David's side. So that's the context in chapter 20. So we start here at 11. It says, Jonathan said unto David, come and let us go into the field. And they went out both of them into the field. And Jonathan said unto David, O Lord God of Israel, when I have sounded my father about tomorrow any time, or the third day, and behold, if there be good toward David, I then sin not unto thee and show it thee, and the Lord do so and much more to Jonathan. But if it please my father to do thee evil, then I will show it thee, and send thee away, that thou mayest go in peace, and the Lord be with thee, and as he hath been with my father. So anyway, continuing on, he basically says that he's going to let him know after the second or the third day, meaning tomorrow. Today they're talking, so they're talking on the new moon. This is the first day of the month that he's saying this. He says, I will either let you know by tomorrow, which is the second day, or the third day. He's letting him know by this same time. So whatever time it is, because we went over that too, how you can know what time it is in a day without using a clock. He's saying by this time, either tomorrow or the third day, I will let you know what intentions my father has for you. That's what he just basically said in plain English. It says in verse 14, and thou shalt not only while yet I live show me the kindness of the Lord, that I die not, but also thou shalt not cut off thy kindness from my house forever. No, not when the Lord hath cut off the enemies of David, everyone from the face of the earth. So Jonathan is saying, I'm going to let you know this, and don't ever take away your kindness from me, but don't ever not take it just from me, but don't ever take away your kindness from my household. This is important when you read further on in Samuel. That's not important for this conversation. Verse 16 says, so Jonathan made a covenant with the house of David, saying, let the Lord even require it at the hand of David's enemies. And Jonathan caused David to swear again, because he loved him, for he loved him as he loved his own soul. Then Jonathan said to David, tomorrow is the new moon, and thou shalt be missed, because thy seat will be empty. So he says tomorrow is the new moon. So this day will be the last day of the previous month, and tomorrow is the new moon. So what I said earlier, scratch that. It's tomorrow. It's not today that they're talking that it's the new moon. It's the next day. So this means either on the new moon he's going to let him know, or on the second day of the month he's going to let him know. It says, tomorrow is the new moon, and thou shalt be missed, because thy seat will be empty. And when thou hast stayed 3 days, thou shalt go down quickly and come to the place where thou didst hide thyself when the business was in hand, and shalt remain by the stone Ezel. So he says tomorrow is the new moon, right? So they know this. They're going to have a feast. It's already pre-planned. He says, after 3 days, come back to the same place where you were, which is by the stone Ezel. Come back to the same place. So that means if tomorrow's the new moon, and he says after 3 days, this will have either happened on the 3rd day or the 2nd day. It doesn't even matter what day of the month it is, because what I'm about to show right now is going to prove it don't even matter if it's the 2nd or the 3rd day. Regardless, whether he's talking about 3 days from the day they're talking or 3 days from tomorrow, which is the new moon, it does not matter. He says in verse 20, I will shoot 3 arrows on the side thereof, as though I shot at a mark. And behold, I will send a lad, saying, Go, find the arrows. If I expressly say unto the lad, Behold, the arrows are on this side of thee, take them, then come thou. For there is peace to thee, and no hurt, as the Lord liveth. But if I say unto the young man, Behold, the arrows are beyond thee, go thy way, for the Lord hath sent thee away. So what Jonathan is saying, he's going to be talking in code. He's going to be talking to the boy, but he's really talking to David. And he's sending him 2 codes. It's not that hard. He says, if I tell him that it's on this side, meaning everything is good, you're on this side, it's no problem. But if I say go beyond you, it's further beyond you. He's saying you need to go, you need to leave. He's talking in code. He says he's going to do this after what? 3 days. I'm going to repeat that again. This is going to happen after 3 days. So this means, well, let's just keep reading so we can see which day of the month that was. It says in verse 22, but if if I say, I thought I read that already. Yeah, I think I read that already. Verse 23, and as touching the matter which thou and I have spoken of, behold, the Lord is between thee and me forever. So David hid himself in the field, and when the new moon was come, the king sat down to eat meat, and the king sat upon his seat, as at other times, even upon the seat by the wall. And Jonathan arose, and Abner sat by Saul's side, and David's place was empty. Nevertheless, Saul spake not anything. So this is the new moon. They're having the feast. This is the 1st day of the month. David's seat is empty. They're there feasting. Don't know what day it is yet, but it's the new moon. Saul says nothing. Look at what Saul says in his mind. It says in verse 26, nevertheless, Saul spake not anything that day, for he thought something had befallen him. He is not clean. Surely he is not clean. So, okay, he ain't here today. He'll come tomorrow. We're going to have the same setup tomorrow. It says in 27, and it came to pass on the morrow. So that means what day of the month are we in now? 2. Day 2. 2nd day of the month. Oh, look at that. Which was the 2nd day of the month. So we didn't even have to go that far. It says that David's place was empty. And Saul said unto Jonathan his son, wherefore cometh not the son of Jesse to meat, neither yesterday nor today? And Jonathan answered Saul, David earnestly asked leave of me to go to Bethlehem. He said, let me go. I pray thee, for our family hath the sacrifice in the city, and my brother hath commanded me to be there. And now, if I have found favor in thy eyes, let me go away, I pray thee, and see my brethren. Therefore he cometh not unto the king's table. Then Saul's anger was kindled against Jonathan, and he said unto him, thou son of the perverse, rebellious woman, do not I know that thou hast chosen the son of Jesse to thy own confusion, and unto the confusion of thy mother's nakedness? For as long as the son of Jesse liveth upon the ground, thou shalt not be established, nor thy kingdom. Wherefore now send and fetch him unto me, for he shall surely die. Jonathan answered Saul his father, and said unto him, wherefore shall he be slain? What had he done? And Saul cast a javelin at him to smite him, whereby Jonathan knew that it was determined of his father to slay David. So now he knows. So he knows what to give the code to David and say to him. He knows what to say now. It says in verse 34, so Jonathan arose from the table in fierce anger, and did eat no more meat the 2nd day of the month, for he was grieved for David, because his father had done him shame. And it came to pass in the morning. Okay, so now if this is the morning, what day are we in now? This is the 3rd freaking day of the month. Don't know what day of the week it is. This is the 3rd day of the month. This is in the morning. So this new day has started. This is how we know this is the 3rd day. It says that Jonathan went out into the field at the time appointed with David, and a little lad with him. And he said unto the lad, Run, find out now the arrows which I shot. And the lad ran, and he shot the arrows beyond him. And when the lad was come to the place of the arrow Jonathan had shot, Jonathan cried after the lad and said, Is not the arrow beyond thee? This is the code. He's telling David the code. Leave. My father does, in fact, want to slay you. I've proven it. You said it. I didn't really know at first. I've confirmed it. Go ahead and go. It says in verse 39, but the lad knew not anything, only Jonathan and David knew the matter. And Jonathan gave his artillery unto the lad, and said unto him, Go and carry them to the city. And as soon as the lad was gone, David arose out of the place toward the south, and fell on his face to the ground, and bowed himself 3 times. And they kissed one another, and wept with another, until David exceeded. And Jonathan said to David, Go in peace, for as much as we have sworn both of us in the name of the Lord, saying, The Lord be between me and thee, and between my seed and thy seed forever. And he arose and departed, and Jonathan went into the city. It says in chapter 21, going on to the next, because again, there is no chapter and verse separation in the Bible. So this is continuous, unless it's stating otherwise. It says in 21 in verse 1, Then David came to Nob, to Ahimelech the priest, and Ahimelech was afraid at the meeting of David, and said unto him, Why are you alone, and no man with thee? And David said unto Ahimelech the priest, The king commanded me a business, and he has said unto me, Let no man know anything of the business whereby I send thee, and what I have commanded thee, and I have appointed my servants to such and such a place. Now therefore, what is under thy hand? Give me 5 loaves of bread in my hand, and what there is present. Or what there is present, my bad. Or what there is present. It says, And the priest answered David and said, There is no common bread under mine hand, but there is hallowed bread, and that if the young women have kept themselves at least from women. Now, this is where the point starts to get into what day of the week it is. Because he says, there's no common bread here. What is common bread? Versus hallowed bread.
Bread that common bread is basically what the citizens can eat, but the hollow bread is what the priests are supposed to eat on the Sabbath when it's laid in the law
When are they supposed to eat this?
on the Sabbath.
How you know that?
I forgot
It's fine, it's in the law. It's Leviticus 24. In Leviticus chapter 24, it gives you the ordinances and the layout of what happens in the tabernacle of the congregation. So let's go there right quick so we can see the difference between hallowed bread and common bread. So again, David leaves Jonathan. When David leaves Jonathan, he's now on the run. He is officially confirmed as a fugitive. So as he's on the run, he makes it to this place called Nob, and he's looking for some food. It just so happens that the only food that they have available at the moment is hallowed bread. It says in Leviticus chapter 24, starting at, let's see, I want to skip all that. No, I'll just jump to verse 5. It says, And thou shalt take fine flour, and bake 12 cakes, i.e. bread, the hallowed bread. 2 tenths deals shall be of 1 cake, and thou shalt set them in 2 rows, 6 on a row, 6 on a row. So that makes what? 12. So each bread represents the tribe. Upon the pure table before the Lord, thou shalt take pure frankincense upon each row, that it may be bread for a memorial, even an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Every Sabbath he shall set it in order before the Lord continually, being taken from the children of Israel by an everlasting covenant. So this bread is laid out. Okay, no, hold on, let me read verse 9. It says, and it shall be Aaron's and his sons, and they shall eat it in the holy place, for it is the most holy unto him of the offering of the Lord made by fire for a perpetual statute. So now this happens every Sabbath. The Sabbath happens every 7 days. The Sabbath does not have a break in between days to adjust for the new moon. You will never read that in the Bible. It's every 7 days. So that means if it's every 7 days, and if the moon has a span of 29 to 30 days, meaning it's not divisible by 7, you will never have a 1 day where the new moon will always start off at. That's what that means, first thing. That's the first thing. The second thing is, even if that was the case, the Sabbath would have to be broken up. It would have to have a reset every new moon. Again, which we never see in the scriptures. It's a continual 7-day process. Every 7 days. There is no, well, we got to adjust now for the next 2 days because the new moon is about to come. So we need to wait. Instead of having a full 7 days in between your last week of the last month and the new week of the first month, we have to have an adjustment period. There is no adjustment period. So this means, again, yes, in fact, your Sabbath can land on a new moon. But we're proving that here because the shewbread is only to be laid out on the Sabbath day. Right? Now, some people might contend, well, the new moon is a Sabbath. It says the Day of Atonement is a Sabbath. How do we know that this particular Sabbath is not talking about the new moon Sabbath versus the actual Sabbath day? No problem. We have a second precept here in Matthew chapter 12 that we're going to go to, and then we're coming right back to 1 Samuel to again prove this point. In Matthew chapter 12, remember, Christ has his disciples go out into the field and collect what? Grain and corn and whatnot, the crops. And the Pharisees say what? They do that which is not lawful on the Sabbath day. They're not talking about the Day of Atonement. Okay, they're not talking about the new moon. Okay, they're talking about the weekly 7-day Sabbath. It says here in Matthew chapter 12 and verse 1, at that time Jesus went on the Sabbath day through the corn, and his disciples were an hungered and began to pluck the ears of the corn to eat. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto him, behold, your disciples do that which is not lawful to do upon the Sabbath day. But he said unto them, have you not read what David did when he was hungry, and that they that were with him, how he entered into the house of God and did eat the shewbread, which is not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priests? Or have you not read the law, that on the Sabbath days the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath and are blameless? Talking about how they cook. Okay, because the regular persons are not supposed to cook, but the priests have to give sacrifices on the Sabbath. So this is the point. But that second part is not really what we're here to talk about. It's the first part. They're referencing 1 Samuel when David is there eating the hallowed bread that technically, according to the law, he's not supposed to eat. Okay? Now, when did this happen, though? The point is, it happens on the 3rd day from which Jonathan shoots the bows at him. This would mean that if we're looking at a week, and you're going 1st day, 2nd day, 3rd day, whatever, if it's on the 3rd day of the month that the Sabbath occurs, this will mean that your new month occurred on the 4th day of the week. This is the point, how it could land on any day. It doesn't matter. There is no reset where you say, okay, now the new moon is here, so we have to start over with the week. It doesn't. You will never read that, not one time. And if you could, please show it. But you will never, ever read that in the Bible. If you could find, even if you could find it in a secular source, I'd want to see it. But the point is, if that is the case, then that would mean, yes, your week would have been prior in the previous month. It would have started. Your new month would have began in the middle of the week, and then your Sabbath would have occurred on the third day. Again, I demonstrated this. It's easier to show it on a board where we can actually look at the breakdown of each day, showing if this is the new moon and this is the first day of the month. But what was yesterday? What was when they were talking, the new moon hadn't occurred yet. So what was yesterday? Yesterday was still the third day of the week. It was still the third day of the week. But then the fourth day of the week, it just so happened to be the first day of the month. That's the difference. This has nothing to do with the Gregorian calendar, because technically the children of Israel, the way the Gregorian calendar works today is by pure calculation. They did not use that. They use strictly sun, moon, stars. And they also had other things that they did to indicate when a new year was. Like you were talking about the year, how do you know which new month is the new year? They had certain indications, like whenever barley was harvested, or whenever certain crops would be produced, because that was around the time when certain crops were produced in that region. So stuff like that, natural occurrences, nothing to do with taking a timestamp and calculating each time the sun go in its phase and the moon go in its phase, and doing pure calculations with numbers. They did not do that. Okay, so that is purely irrelevant. In terms of how you know the Sabbath is on what we know today as a quote-unquote Saturday, that is also based off of preservation of linguistics over time, because languages change through time. When we go back and we look at where the word Saturday comes from, that's really a break in the language, the word Saturday in and of itself. Saturday comes from the Spanish word sabado, which goes all the way back to Greek, Latin, and even when you get into other languages like Arabic, Aramaic, and Hebrew, they didn't have words for days of the week. They only had one word for one day of the week, and that was the Sabbath. The Sabbath it was the only day of the week that had a name. Everywhere else, especially in the Bible, you see first day of the week, second day of the week, sixth day of the week. When the seventh day of the week comes, they say Sabbath. Or they will say the seventh day of the week, which is called the Sabbath. No other days had a name. Those preservations have occurred through linguistics. That is how we know that the Sabbath day is, in fact, on what we call a Saturday, especially now that they use calculation with, how they've been using time frame and whatnot. So, again, we talked about this, but I wanted to bring that back up so that we're not going down a rabbit hole with something like this, because that's an easy way for you to fall privy into a doctrine, especially one that's being taught in our community, that you have to adjust like that, which again most people is not doing anyway. Imagine you got to tell your job, every month or after 30 days, I got to make a new schedule, and your boss got to approve of you taking off the Sabbath every Tuesday for 4 weeks, every Thursday for the next 4 weeks, every Monday for the next week after that. That would be, I'm not saying that a person can't do that, because I'm sure they have brothers who believe that, who are actually doing that. But most or a lot of people, that's going to be very difficult for them to accomplish, especially if they got a job where it's strict Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, 9 to 5 type of situation. But again, the point is, after the third day of the month, it was in fact the Sabbath, which means that the week started before the new moon occurred, and it continued into the new month. I'll give it back to you.
Let's now, or should it be, or is it permissible to cook on the new moon if it happens to land on the Sabbath? That's what I want to know. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, but that was your first question. Your first question was not that. Your first question was, can the Sabbath, in fact, land on a new moon? That's what you asked him.
Yeah,
And
the
then
answer
you-
is yes.
And then you asked the second question, well, if it can, how can we prove that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the proof was that the very chapter that you read, the next chapter over, continues on to say that David, after the third day of him knowing, after the third day of the month, he is in Nob and he is eating shewbread that is only given on the seventh day of the week. So that was the second. I wasn't necessarily trying to answer the third because that's where the conversation was getting, but you can't get to that until those two things.
Wait, hold on. I understand. Listen to what I'm saying. I understand. But be aware of what I did. I'm going to bring you back to what exactly I did. I introduced this lesson and I said what I believe, right? And what I mentioned 2 weeks ago. The whole entire premise was what Gabe said he never heard of or seen, which was particularly eating on cooking, enjoying a feast on the new moon, and perhaps the land on the Sabbath. But before I went into that, I said I want to be clear and give context about what the new moon is, what is to be done on the new moon, and then I went into Samuel to give context about whatever you just went through. So we didn't go straight into whether or not is it permissible or not to eat on the Sabbath. I had to give context.
Yeah,
Is
no.
it eat or cook?
Sorry, cook. Freaking eat. But essentially cook, yeah. So I know we had to go through those first two questions first to get an understanding on my third. You saying I didn't do that properly. I'm
No,
asking.
I didn't say
Oh,
that.
right.
Yeah, I just was saying I mentioned that because of the first two questions that you mentioned. Because you can't even talk about that. We was getting confused about the first two questions when we went over this. So I was thinking that would be like, either way, the point is, we now, the first 2 points, or hopefully, does that make sense? Because I know you was asking him about that. So, as far as,
The new moon being able to land on any day of the week.
yes,
Yeah, that makes sense. But as far as like, well, but that was a question you was gonna pose. Can you cook on a Sabbath if they happen to coincide if the new moon happen to coincide on a Sabbath, right?
right.
You didn't pose that question to everybody yet, right?
No, he did pose that question.
And y'all gave y'all.
No, that's what we're about to go over now.
All right, so I'll just wait till you start sharing on this part.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that yes, you don't need a Gregorian calendar or any type of system to know that the week and the month will not coincide. It's just not going to happen. Simply off of mathematical principles alone, it's just not going to happen. So what that means is any day of the month, it don't even have to be just the first. Any day of the month can occur on any day of the week, in essence.
Okay.
What you got, Sister Elaine?
This is what I have. And I keep telling myself, every time we go through these, I'm going to call it confusion. And he is not the author of confusion. So every time we get to one of these instances where we have to try and use scripture to prove right or wrong, I always say we should convert back to the commandments. Because if he gave us commandments, and one of the commandments was that we don't cook on the Sabbath, which is the seventh day. I don't care what day that new moon on, the seventh day should be a day that we don't cook on. So I think it's confusion when we try to figure these things out in man's thoughts. The commandments can't be argued. They are what they are. So if he said on the seventh day we rest and we don't cook, it's maybe why you can't figure out whether the moon is the full moon, whether it's the new moon or not, and it's 2 or 3 days. Because he said on the seventh day that we rest. It's the Sabbath. We don't cook on it. So I guess it bothers me when we try to prove something that we can't.
So, now, can you repeat that last thing that you said just now?
About the commandments.
Sure. Yeah. What was the last thing you said?
I said the commandments are commandments, they don't change. That they are the same. He said the 7 days of Sabbath, you don't cook on the Sabbath.
Right. So I think that's why he was posing the question, because it's also a commandment to keep the new moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, the Sabbath day is going to occur obviously more than the new moon is going to occur. But because of the fact that the new moon can occur on a Sabbath, which you would agree to, right? Do you
I'm not agreeing now.
okay, so
I'm not agreeing now because it would make it a conflict again.
so how many days does it take for the moon to phase?
We say 28, and I only say that based on a woman's cycle.
28?
28 days in a month.
Okay, so you know, you could just go test that.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you could just test whenever you feel like, when do you say the new moon has occurred?
It's every 28 days.
No, like how you going, because it's not a day. It's not a day.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
So I'm saying, when you look at the moon, how do you know that it is a new moon?
When it's the full moon, when it's full, when it's visible.
Okay. So when it's the full moon, you can simply count 28 days from that point. And then on the, the 29th day, which will then be repeating the first day, you can see if that is a full moon again. Now, after the second time, it probably will. That's not the issue. The issue is if you do that over the span of, let's say, 12 months, and you do 28, 28, 28, on the 12th, 28, that's not going to be a full moon. Matter of fact, you could just look that up. How long does it take the moon to fully phase? Because I don't know what's wrong with it, and I don't want to mess up with the live, and something's wrong with this computer. So okay, 29.5. See, this is what I mean when I say calculation. They got a decimal, but there's no half of a phase. So in essence, what they're saying is 1.5. You do that multiplied by 12, that gives you, what is that? 18. So on your 12th month, right? Your moon is gonna look like what it looks like on the 18th day, which means it won't be full. It'll be a what is it called? A gibbous, where you can see a small portion of the dark. It's mainly full, but you can see the small portion of the dark, and you can actually prove that. So now that is a conflict. So it can't be 20. It would be perfect if it was 28 days. No doubt. But that's not the case. So then how do you rightly divide that with having the 7 days of the Sabbath?
The information that we going by, even with them Googling or whatever they do to determine how many days in the phases of the changing of the moon. Is that concrete information?
Are you asking me that?
Uh-huh.
Yes. How do we know that? How do we know that? You don't need to use the Gregorian calendar to know that when you're looking at a calendar, you're getting 1 day. It's not like, what's today, the 26th?
Yes.
Okay, it's not like you look at the calendar and it's showing the 26th, but it's really, in fact, the 27th. They're going to show you 1 day on the calendar per actual 1 day. So if the sun come out tomorrow, after it goes down tonight, and it comes out tomorrow morning, it's not going to say it's still October 26th. It's going to say now we're in October 27th. So now if we look at a full moon, whenever it may be, all you have to do is count. This is how we can know when feast days are going to occur, because if you look, like matter of fact, how did you guys? Because didn't you guys do the Feast of Tabernacles, right? Because I didn't look. You guys looked.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
I looked on the, we went on Google and looked at was it the lunar calendar, Naomi?
Mhm.
The lunar calendar, what we did?
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you looked at a lunar calendar and you just
Yeah.
counted 15 days from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, here's how you can prove it. On that day, the first day, it was a full moon. On the first day of I'm talking about the month, right? Not the week. Not the week. It's a full moon. 15 days after that, meaning 15 sunrises after that, you are now in the 15th day of the month, which is Tabernacles. We could do the same thing if we look at the first full moon of the year, which will happen sometime in between March and April. You can look at that full moon, and all we have to do is count 28, 56, whatever is the next divisible when you add 28 plus 56. We can count those days on the calendar, and we can mark them on the calendar. And we should say 28 days from whatever day that full moon came on, this 28th day should be another full moon. You can do that. I actually would encourage you to do that. And then when you do it, as you go along, you're going to see that each time is getting further and further away from a full moon and more towards the gibbous. That's how you know that it's not concretely 28 days. That's the way that you can easily prove that for yourself, by looking at the sky on that date. Because if it is in fact 28 days, right, which will make it coincide with the week, you should be able to do that. And every single time, with pinpoint accuracy, you get a full moon. As long as you don't get a full moon, that means that that's not correct.
Oh, so you're saying all that's accurate when you go on Google and do all that?
Yes, because what they're doing is based off of pure calculation. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is how we should do it, because you don't need to do that. All you have to do is look at the sky and you can see, okay, this is the first day of the month. It might be the 15th day of the month according to their calendar. This is the first day of the month for us. That's what I'm saying. Does that make sense? What you did, in essence, to find the Feast of Tabernacles is correct. Right? You looked at the full moon, or whenever the full moon would occur.
Now, sometimes we see full moons in the daytime, in the middle of the day.
Well, that's true, but
By the time it be off.
right, but that's not, that don't mean it's off, because you can always see the moon. It don't have to be a full moon. You can see a crescent moon in the day. You can see a gibbous in the day, because the earth, as we know it, is on a flat playing field, so we can many times see the sun right here and the moon right here. Okay, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that whenever the full moon occurs, the Bible tells you in Ecclesiastes 43, which we just read, that is a sign of months. So if the full moon is the beginning of your month, it doesn't matter what day of the Gregorian calendar it lands on. All that matters is that that day is the new day of the month to us. But that's not the question that he was posing. The question that you're posing is whether or not this can fall on the Sabbath, which is why I was asking you, if that's the case, then you would have to say that the Sabbath and the week and the month would have to coincide with each other every single time. That's in essence what you would have to say that. And based off the calculations that it can't be like that. You're gonna always be a day or two off.
So, like I said, my third question now is just, does the Sabbath regulations override the new moons, and why, and how can we prove that?
Yeah, hold on.
On the Sabbath, it says we can't.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. I want to make sure that so did what I said make sense to you about your question?
It makes sense what you said.
Okay. But now you're gonna have to go back and
It don't make me agree with it. It makes sense.
right. So you're gonna have to go back. I just gave you a theory. You can prove it your own self. I'm not even about to say that. Just go look at it, and you will see. Now, I'm sorry, bro. You go ahead now.
Oh, sounds good. My third question is, does the Sabbath's rules and regulations oversee the new moon's rules and regulations? And if so, how and how can we prove that? Because Sister Amina's point was, because it says not to cook on the Sabbath, then on the new moon, if the new moon ain't on the Sabbath, then we shouldn't cook on that either.
Well, let's be clear. It doesn't say not to cook on the Sabbath. It says you cannot light a fire
Light a fire.
on the Sabbath. So sometimes those two things could be, because you don't have to cook to light a fire. Like you could be doing whatever. The point is, fire cannot be started. So in the event that a new moon occurs on the Sabbath, can we then light fires to make sacrifices and offerings and whatnot?
Now I'm talking about us. I'm not talking about the priests.
Right. Regular Israelites.
Right. Regular Israelite citizens.
Didn't a lot of the feast days occur in the scriptures on the Saturday? Some of the high holy feasts occurred on the Saturday.
Which ones?
I would have to go back, but I think when I remember studying and reading, some of the feast days was landing on the Saturday.
I would say,
And they cooked and feast on the Saturday because it was a high holy day.
and like Brother Zephaniah just said, it can always land on the Sabbath day, right? Any high holy day. So that's really my point and my question. Because that's what I'm more so 50-50 about. Because although we're required to have a feast, which requires most of the food we eat, which requires to put heat to it, on the new moon lands on the Sabbath, is it permissible to do the same in order to keep the new moon? So my answer, like I said, still been 50-50 at first. 2 weeks ago it was 100% yes, like I admitted and acknowledged early on in the lesson. But I would like to hear y'all's opinion as commentate about that. Y'all find anything? Because in my research, I've only found some things that our ancestors were talking about, but these are documents that you all don't subscribe to, with respect. And I've just in out the Mishnah, oral traditions that we kept, that was passed down. And some tribes in Africa still keep.
What
They're
other?
really all over. What or what?
I don't know what you're saying that we don't subscribe to.
So what I mean to that,
Well, maybe you should say
oh, Zephaniah.
I don't fully. Yeah.
I'm sorry for
I wouldn't.
including that, what Zephaniah has recited that he doesn't subscribe to specifically. So, long story short, I believe that the mission of the oral tradition does exist. I believe.
I don't know what that means.
So I'm about to break it down. So when Moses was on the mount, when Moshe was on the mount for 40 days and 40 nights, I believe that what's existed since day one is the law. It's the actual law. But the instructions on how to keep the law was given unto Moses on the mount. That's why he was there for so long. And his mission was to come down on that mount and teach the instructions of the law specifically. So if we're to wear fringes, for example, how long are the fringes supposed to be? Who was to make the fringes? Can we get fringes made by Moabites? Or are the fringes supposed to be made by just us, just our people, right? Just stuff like that I used to think about when I would do my study and my research, and the actual instructions on how to keep the commandments, just like the Day of Atonement, for example. How can you prove that atonement means to fast? But somehow on the Day of Atonement, we feel that afflicting your soul is correlated with fasting. But honestly, fasting comes from an oral tradition that we kept, and it was passed down. It doesn't say to fast, and that atonement specifically means to fast in the scriptures. It doesn't say that. That was orally
What
passed.
doesn't say that?
Atonement means to fast? You saying?
No, I'm asking, you said what's the
Atonement,
it
the
that doesn't
definition
say?
of atonement.
It doesn't say to fast?
Yeah,
Okay.
it means to literally afflict your body, afflict your soul.
How do you do that?
Well, you can do it in many ways. You can sacrifice something that you really love,
Wear sackcloth.
wear sackcloth, have dome in your head,
Yeah,
anything.
I
But
agree.
we tend to say, hey, equate that, which is not, I'm not saying it's wrong, because I do as well, to fasting. But we don't realize where that comes from. And what I'm saying is, the research I've
Where
done,
does it come from?
the oral tradition, this is things that Moses and our ancestors, it was passed down. These are things that we spoke about and commentated about. What are some things that we can do to exercise properly the Day of Atonement? What are things we can do to afflict our soul, and stuff like that. I'm confusing you.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm following you. I don't know. It sounds like, I mean, you speaking for yourself, but it sounds like we have, as a body, different perspective on how we should be moving. You are voicing what you think that is, but I mean, and not saying that I need to be privileged on how everybody is moving, but it just sounds like just how you speaking that it sounds different. And I didn't know that you had this perspective.
What perspective? Oh, you understand what I have. Specifically to what my point we gave was about whether or not is it permissible to cook, to light fire, to anything, because it's required for us to do that on the new moon. But if the new moon lands on the Sabbath, are we to keep that tradition or law rather, or not? Because the Sabbath says.
I would say yes.
That's all.
No.
But no, I'm trying to get what your understanding is about what I'm saying, or my interpretation.
Well, you did mention something about oral.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Oral, or just what it means, oral tradition, like things were passed. So, for example, like we spoken about the Igbo tribe before, right? And we know that a lot of them, or for a very long time, they didn't have any Bibles whatsoever. But they were keeping certain things, traditions like keeping the wives, separating the wives, which is obviously in Torah, and things like that. Or even when I had mentioned the day with Yom Kippur, not Yom Kippur, Sukkot, about some of our ancestors putting the tents on the roofs and stuff like that. And I have a whole bunch of stuff I could name. Or even something like in Acts, the Sabbath day journey that I've mentioned a while ago. What is a Sabbath day journey? How long is that? Why did Yeshua even mention that? Just things like that. That although some laws in Torah are described and written, the instructions to keep those laws in full aren't really recited in the Bible a lot of the times. And what I'm
Say that again.
the instructions of the law, the actual instructions, like the instructions on how to keep the laws which are inside of Torah, a lot of the times are in the oral tradition, and were explained through Moses from the Most High, which was deemed as a document called the Mishnah, which is what Zeph is saying that he specifically, personally, does not subscribe to as a authoritative document or
So
instructions.
Who wrote the mission?
Moses,
Am
Moshe.
I pronouncing it right?
Yeah, Moshe and the judges and the elders. So it is believed that
Wait. It's called Mishnah.
Mishnah, M-I-S-H-A-N-A-H.
What is it?
No, it's Mishhnah.
How you spell it?
Mishnnah.
That's
She
this
asked,
fine,
she asked me this. I'll just get the true
The Hebrew
definition
word.
right here.
That is a Hebrew word.
Yeah, it's a Hebrew. I think I remember seeing that.
It literally means
Oh,
instruction.
you can have the
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
complete
Yeah, go
definition.
ahead.
So the Mishnah, or the Mishnah, is the first written collection of the Jewish oral traditions that are known as the Oral Torah. It's widely recognized as the first codification of Jewish law. The Mishnah originated in the land of Israel. We got a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay. I'm trying to walk with you. I want to walk with you. So, you saying that the Mishnah is something that's an oral teaching,
Yes.
and this is something that Moses himself spoke,
Yeah, so it
and
was.
this is also what we read, which is the first 5 books of the Torah.
The law, yes,
The law.
correct. But what's different about it is it's not just an understanding of what needs to be done. It's the actual, because we understand that, not to get too deep, but all, like I mentioned, the law has always been here, right? We understand that. But even with people argue all the time, well, Adam and Eve had about 5, and then came Noah with 7, and then Abrahamic laws or whatever. And then the more we sin, the more laws came. And then people say, oh, now there's 613, right? 613 laws. So within that, that only came to the time of Moses. And then they continued to go, just like me and Zeph described that time when we talked about the laws of the kings months ago. Remember? And the Mishnah, just to keep it kind of simple, were instructions of the law given to Moses. Moses passed these things down to the elders and the judges, and then the judges, the elders, and then the Great Assembly, in which that came the Sadducees, the Pharisees, etc. So
Who was the Great Assembly?
the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the people that were condemning Yeshua the entire time. Well, when he was a teenager up until he was 33. So that's the research I've done. So just like I say, just to kind of bring it back full circle, all it is, and it consists of a lot, but the mission itself is just the instruction of the law that Moses, that were passed down through Moses, which Moses taught us on how to do. Certain questions that I have, the Bible just can't answer, and that's no disrespect.
Say that again.
Certain questions I have about the law, just the Bible doesn't answer all of them.
Like what?
Or even with the Sabbath day journey, when we were going over in Acts.
And
Shoot.
some of those answers in the Apocrypha. You know, read all
Sabbath
the
day
other
journey?
books. I'm just saying, you just gotta read all the other books for your answers, because and we have a lot of other books, that's hidden,
Mm-hmm.
that have answers to those kind of questions.
Well, that's his point. The Mishnah is one of those other
Yeah.
books
Or
or
even the point I'm
collection.
making now with the new moon landing on the Sabbath, and what are we what's permissible and what's not. We don't read that in the
What
Bible.
permissible mean?
What's allowed,
Mm.
and what's not allowed, because it's a commandment, and we must have a feast on the new moon, but we must not light a fire to anything on the Sabbath. But if we're to have a feast day on the new moon, and the new moon happens to land on the Sabbath, then what? What are we to do? Do we just say the laws of Sabbath override the laws of the new moon? So then wouldn't one be in sin? One could argue that even though the Most High says that we can't do this and that on the Sabbath, but the priests are allowed to cook, then the same thing Zephaniah just brought out in Matthew when he was challenging the Pharisees. Or even, you can go in the New Testament and see every single time. Almost every single thing Yeshua challenged the Pharisees with came from the oral. And that's essentially what the Pharisees were doing.
And the
Challenge.
aura is what?
The Mishnah, Talmud, whatever you want to call
The
it, really.
Mishnah.
Well, I'm not going to say that it's different, but I'll just
So
keep it
now,
the Mishnah.
I'm walking with you. You hear
Sorry.
me? So, you said the Mishnah is Moses speaking, right? He's
Moses, well, not just Moses. It's Moses, Joshua, the elders.
This is like how I'm talking to you. They're doing the same thing, and this is
Commentary,
how
correct. That's right.
this is just written down.
That's
Like
right.
if Nayama was writing down everything that I was saying, and that was put in the book, then they would call it oral.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or so to even give you a better example, something that happened recently with all of us about halakha, when Zeph had mentioned. Can you give your definition of halakha real quick? You really gave a good one. With Ezra and Nehemiah, I'm about to bring that out.
Okay. Halakha is just a Hebrew word. It basically just means how laws are kept and interpreted based off of your environment and time of living. Because in essence, the children of Israel are scattered in different places of the world. And so we could read the same law in essence, but because of where we're at and because of how we've been conditioned, we might keep that law differently than how another group of Israelites keep it. That in its entirety is called halakha.
Okay.
And why I mentioned.
You pronounced it differently. You said halakha. I can't even remember how you said it. So, and we know that words that can't be. You can't mess that up. What is this word that y'all talking about? What is the correct pronunciation? What is the word?
The correct pronunciation is halakha.
Okay. What does it mean?
Again, that word means how laws are interpreted.
How laws are interpreted.
Yes, or even if you don't want to use interpreted, kept in different circles of Israelites around the world.
Where does this word come from?
It's a Hebrew word.
It's a Hebrew word that how laws are kept is based on interpretation.
Well, it's not that it's based off interpretation, it's visible. You can see it. Like they have African tribes who keep, like he gave the example of people who keep the law about separating their wives when they're on their period. Like people don't do that here. So even if somebody does do that here, the way that somebody would do that in America might be different from the way that people do it in Africa. The point is, it's being done, but how it's being done differs based off of the environment that the people live in.
So
Interpretation.
it reads, the word halakha is derived from the Hebrew root halak, which means to walk or to go, essentially translating to the way to walk, signifying that halakha represents the path a Jew is meant to follow in their life, essentially constituting Jewish law.
Alright, so why are we talking about this word? Because I forgot.
So the reason I mention that is because the law that Nehemiah and Ezra put in place when they laid their eyes upon the book of the law was to not to buy and sell on the Sabbath, to create a bind for us not to ensure us not to commit any sin, because we were not in the land that we were actually ruling. So in order to prevent us from communing with these other nations and doing other things that they thought to be okay or righteous, being that we were not in our own land, Nehemiah and Ezra put a stamp and said, no buying and selling on the day. They closed the gates and everything to ensure that. But that was not and is not in Torah at all whatsoever. It's not a law. That's something that Nehemiah and Ezra put in place that we still keep today. So essentially we can even argue that that was orally passed down.
Okay, so, put that in, I heard you, but I wasn't listening. So, and I'm trying to, but just put in, simplicity.
What am I saying?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is there's levels. Just like they had the seat of Moses, right? So what does that really mean? That means that Moses was top tier scholar. Not even, obviously, he was a scholar in many things, but specifically his Hebrew walk, right? His Israelite walk, he was top notch. He was the ultimate judge, right? In that time, people, if they had questions, they went to Moshe. They had things they wanted to talk about. They went to Moshe. If Moshe could not answer them, what did he do? He consulted the Most High. So then it got to a point where these millions of Israelites, men, women, children, whatever, specifically men and women, will come to Moses, and Moses sought that to be way too much. So what happened? The Most High put in place who? Judges. So when Moses' career, his journey, right? Who did he give all his teachings to? Everything that specifically he was hearing and learning through the Most High. He gave that to Joshua. He passed all these, not only obviously the laws and understanding within Israel, but the instructions. Even when the Bible speaks about the certain secrets, even when the Bible speaks about, obviously this is after Moses, but still nonetheless, Solomon's key and stuff like that. The dark magic Solomon used to do or practice or whatever. Things like that were passed down to the elite within our community, which would only certain people be involved with and would only entertain. It wasn't just your, so I want to make that clear first. It wasn't just your natural Israelite citizens. No, these were people who had a direct connection, just like the priest, essentially. These are prophets that had a direct connection that the Most High chose and touched in a very special way. And Moses happened to be one of those people. Joshua had to be one of those people. Some of the judges, some of our judges, some of our elders, the men of the great assembly, the Pharisees, the experts of the law, who even Yeshua revered in such a way and respected them, in the sense of them knowing Torah. So essentially what I'm saying is, when you look at it in a sense of, okay, there are levels to this as far as wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and you break that down, you have to understand that for me, essentially, or at least my understanding of my walk, I've had many questions, like some of the ones I've had that I've listed, and I just simply cannot find the answers in the Bible. So what I did was do my due diligence and what I thought was appropriate. Sorry, not even close.
Somebody told you about it?
Not at first, no, I'll be honest. I just did some research and I found an app called Safari. And I was doing some digging on that. And then I'll admit I heard a brother by the name of Zion Lex go into really good detail about it. And he just gave really, really good explanations about certain things that I had questions about. And what he used as proof was not only citing the Bible, but correlating that with oral traditions, archaeological facts, and things like that, while at the same time challenging other other nations' beliefs. So that's how I kind of got into all of that.
So I'm a child. Alright. Like you know how Kinsley and
Jerome?
Zariah run around and you gotta talk to their level. I'm that. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. So what I hear when you say oral teachings, Moses spoke. Other prophets or people that was at high, that was esteemed at high positions spoke, and this was recorded. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you mentioned some names. I don't know who these people are.
I think I only mentioned Moses, Ezra, and Nehemiah.
But these people will be irrelevant to that conversation. So don't worry about that too much. I understand what you're saying. But
he mentioned them, and he mentioned it in his conversation for a reason, right? You ain't just
Can
talking.
you remind me what names I'm?
I have no idea.
What names did I say? I said.
you said Joshua, Ezra, and Nehemiah.
Yeah.
It was something else. I thought it was,
I said Pharisees and Sadducees.
maybe it was some other names. They
I
didn't
said
sound
Moshe.
familiar
I said
to me.
Moshe.
Okay.
But I meant to say Moses.
Okay, but these are all men that are speaking that their words are being recorded,
Yeah.
and this is the oral
Well, their
thing
teachings.
that
Their
you're referring
teachings
to,
are being recorded.
and
Yeah.
you're referring to that. So, and this is not in scripture.
No, it's not.
So, where are you getting this from?
Well, to answer that, I just say documents that have been retrieved that are now put in certain documents that I can download on an app, that are cited and have sources for me to prove that this is actually, these are actually traditions and behaviors that were practiced throughout our ancestry.
Who are the people that's responsible for these sources?
Well, being that we were scattered across four corners of the earth, I would say it started with obviously, like I said, it was passed down from Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the judges, judges to the elders, elders to the great assembly, right? And then after, obviously, come from that, you have the Pharisees and Sadducees. Then you have the followers of Christ, with the disciples intermingling with that. And then, really after that is just things that were kept. I mean, just like the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? With the Apocrypha, those were found. And certain documents that really I have no idea where they come from, or some documents that haven't even been released, that have still been kept and stolen. But these documents that I've, the Mishnah that I've read, and the instructions that are in, or the words that are in them, and the things that go into them, I believe these things, these documents to be, really, I'd say, in a sense, authoritative, completely different from what he believes.
Who is he?
Zephaniah.
Alright, cause, okay. What's in scripture that's in these oral teachings? First of all, let's establish what even is bringing us to this conversation. So it's the Sabbath, some with the Sabbath day and
The new moon landed on the Sabbath, and whether or not is it permissible to cook. And my point in mentioning the oral is some of our ancestors say that it is, and this is the reasons why. And then some say, well, no, actually, it is this, and this is why I'm saying this. And just stuff like that. It's really no difference than John the Baptist having disciples and Yeshua having disciples, and they're making a clear distinction between the two in the Bible. They say John the Baptist has certain followers and Yeshua has certain followers. I'm sure John the Baptist's teachings was not a complete 100% reflection excuse me, of what Yeshua was teaching his disciples. I know that for a fact. That there's no way.
No, you don't know that for a fact.
Well, come on, everybody's different, bro.
No, you don't.
Everybody's different.
But you don't know that for a fact. Bro.
Okay, fine, that's fair. I don't know that. I will clarify. I do not know that for a fact. No, I do not. but it's my assumption that not every man is the same. Not every man's teachings are the same. And that's just really it. And not every question can be answered in the Bible.
Is it something like the scriptures and the oral teachings? Is there anything in the oral teachings that, as far as us keeping covenant, that the oral teachers have that the scriptures don't?
As far as us keeping the covenant? What you mean?
Is it something that we're missing as far as keeping the covenant that our ancestors and ourselves made with our Father? Are we missing something as far as keeping that covenant perfectly
No.
that the oral teachings have?
I said no, and I'll stand on no, but I will say, like I mentioned, that there are levels to it. And that's why I had mentioned a while ago, not every Israelite's a Jew. And Jew, we already know the derivation of that, but specifically in regards to what?
You can't say no to that, bro.
Why?
No, you can't. You can't say no to that because if you have questions, and those are answering questions that the Bible can't, that would in essence mean that is a subsidiary. Like you can't. It's a plus one. You need this and that to complete it.
Are we clear on what the covenant is? Do we know what the covenant is as a body? And you know, me asking you personally, I ain't trying to just.
You're talking about the covenant he gave to Abraham and Israel, right?
The covenant that if we don't keep it, you're going to be put to death and you're going to have eternal death.
Yeah.
Do we know what that is as a body, as an individual?
Yeah, I understand.
Do we truly know what the covenant is? Because in order for you to answer what I'm asking you, this other source is not in Scripture, but it's another source. And I'm not saying that this other source is false. I don't know what it is. And I do know that we have books that we don't have privilege to. It's been stripped from us. So I'm asking you, is there anything that what you have been reading, is there anything as far as the covenant is concerned, that what you have, that the covenant is missing, the scriptures?
No.
So no.
But you said.
But do we know what the covenant is?
Yeah. The covenant that he gave Abraham and Israel, right?
That's broad. What is the covenant?
To ultimately keep the law, statutes, and commandments and be the light to the world as Israelites.
You
What's-
sure, brother? You looking around?
Yeah, I'm sure. Because I heard somebody say, so what's the covenant?
That's it.
Huh?
That was my stomach.
Oh.
Yeah,
oh.
I thought I was about to say it, but I didn't want to put you on. I was gonna say that's somebody's stomach.
No, that's what the covenant is as far as my understanding.
She trying to figure out if we can cook all this stuff. She trying to she's like, man, I hope we get to this answer so I can get some meat.
But that's my understanding.
Maybe we should talk about what the covenant is.
Okay. And you're saying the covenant would mean that the Bible is the only authoritative thing in order to keep the covenant in full? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I said is we should find out what the covenant is. And that's it. I'm aware that we have books. Even the scriptures itself name books that's not within the 66 books that it don't even have the Apocrypha within the all of the King James versions. You gotta go to the 1611, right?
Yeah.
Now, they do have books that's mentioned within the scripture that are not provided. So I'm aware, just with that alone, that books are missing. So I'm not dismissing what you're saying. I'm ignorant of what you're talking about. That's why I'm asking you questions that a child would. Because I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
So, if we're not clear on what is required of us, just basically the covenant, then how can we speak on outside sources?
Mhm.
So we should be all on the same page on what the covenant is. What is that? Why are we even serving a God and we don't even know what He asks of us?
Mhm. Well, I answered what the covenant was for me. I mean, as far as my, not for me, but as far as my understanding, it's an agreement, a contract that the Most High made with Abraham, Noah, Israel, that they were to keep.
Correct, but what is it?
What is it? His laws, statutes, and commandments. And we're to keep them. What do y'all think?
I agree.
Yeah, the covenant that he gave for them to keep when they were at Mount Horeb, to keep his laws, statutes, and commandments.
My stance is, well, I hold my tongue. If anybody else want to speak on it. More? Yeah, look.
Zuck?
We could just go read it. I mean, to be honest with you, but I wasn't gonna say nothing like me personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good, man.
Anybody on the live? I don't even know if they can hear me.
They could hear you. Probably not what you just said, just not. But as you've been talking, though, you've been talking loud enough to be heard.
You ready?
What?
You ready?
No, but I've tested it out before. That's why I don't use the mic no more, because you could hear.
I don't know, but I've been on live before and
Yeah,
I
I
haven't
can't
heard
hear
anything
other
that y'all
people.
was saying, so
Other
I'm
than y'all,
gonna
I
check.
can't hear other people when I be listening to the live.
Y'all want me to? I can connect the mic if y'all need, if y'all want me to. If anybody on the live is not hearing anything, and there's only a few people on here. If anybody on the live is not hearing anything, huh?
3 people?
5. If anybody on the live is not hearing anything, please please
I'm
put it in the
throw
chat.
you out there right now. Why you say it's only a few people?
Huh?
Why did you say it's only a few people?
Because they can easily just tell me on the chat if they need me to put the mic on or not.
They usually don't. People normally don't.
Don't chat?
Huh? They normally don't say if they can't hear.
Oh, I mean, well, if y'all can't hear on the live, I can't know if you hear or not. So no, I'm serious. I can't know if you hear it or not. So if you cannot hear it, it does help if you put it in the chat so I can see it and then I can do something about it. But as long as nothing's being said, I mean.
And I ain't trying to be combative. I'm just telling the truth.
Yeah.
They don't tell you when they can't hear. They just sit there.
I mean, well, okay, so this is the thing. If I'm not told that, there's nothing I could do about that. So if you guys are not hearing, I could go back to using the mic again, which is no problem. But I've tested it out before, and to me, I could hear it, and nobody has ever said, because I've been not using the mic for a long time. I mean, y'all remember when I had the little clip-on mic. So if I cannot be heard, and no one has ever told me that there's been a problem hearing on the live, then that's not a me thing. That's a whoever's on the live thing. So if you cannot hear, you can only tell me. So if you can't hear, type it in the chat or put the number 1 or whatever you need to do. And
Most of us you probably
Some people around. I've been on there and I can hear
Some people
sometimes.
just
And if I can't, I always put in there and I
Yeah.
can't
What's the key
hear.
word you just said? You said sometimes?
But the times that I have, the last few times that I wasn't here and I listened,
Mhm.
I was able to hear. But there were instances where people who were further off
Or talk low.
or talk low, I would have to say, can you tell them to repeat it? And that's
Right.
usually if it's you. But other than that, it has been clear. So, I mean, if you go back, he'll see I always put, I didn't hear what was said, or I didn't understand what was said, if I cannot hear.
Right.
All right.
And then at
but
that point, I
But,
try
I
to
mean,
repeat.
people on there, if they can't, they should say
They
something.
should, but they don't. So I just make this final statement. We should have a mic that go around whenever somebody speaks, that you speaking to the mic. Because, I mean, people for whatever personal reasons don't say that they can't hear, and the message is just being spoken in vain.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about the fact, even though you say that, you should be passed around.
It's
I
church.
was thinking about the question you asked.
As long as I'm in
They on
attendance,
there
I'm
not
good.
hearing nothing. That's the
They say
problem.
it's church.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's what it is. It's church.
I am thinking about that question.
As long as I'm in attendance, I'm alright.
No, the whole time I was thinking about the question you posed to everybody about the,
What the covenant is.
No, the new moon.
No, I haven't
Oh.
posted that question. What was the covenant as far as my understanding?
Not just yours, but if everybody, are we all on the same accord on what the covenant is? I'm gonna say this. I'm not comfortable with bringing anybody into our into this because I'm not confident that we all are on the same page, and I'm not confident that we all are moving the same. And it's obvious that we're not, and that's fine. That's where everybody is in their walk. I can't condemn anybody on where they are. I just know I wouldn't bring nobody into this because as a body we're not strong. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. Y'all could think it's something different. That's just where I'm at with it.
Honestly, I think the most productive societies have people who have different ideas and thoughts. And that's my opinion. I feel like the most successful societies have different thoughts and different ideas, but they serve the same purpose, obviously. They have different understandings and are willing to commentate on their differences, but also love one another, like we do. And that is why I come here every Saturday, not to discuss things we agree on, no, but to interact on things that I find interesting, that I'm willing to learn and continue to learn, put myself in a place where I'll never be stagnant in my matriculation as far as Torah especially. And I think that you challenging me, you continuing to challenge me, Zephaniah gave, is honestly helping me.
I actually agree with you, but the foundation is what I'm touching on. That's why I'm bringing out covenant. If we don't all understand in the same, we have to be perfect in understanding on what the covenant is. If we have that, then we can definitely we can speak on different agreements because we know our foundation is the same. And we not only agree, but we move with that same foundation. It may move you in a different way of thinking that I didn't consider. But if you moving on a different understanding because you have a different foundation, we in disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I can't bring nobody in if we in disagreement on that. So the people that are here, we definitely have to be in agreement on what the foundation is and be steadfast in it. What is the covenant?
Okay. I answered. Anybody else?
All right, so let's just go read it. We start in Genesis 15 right quick. Okay. We'll go to Genesis 15, and we're going to get as many aspects as we can as possible. And I will say this is what I'm about to do is this was not prepared, so I'm just saying beforehand that there may be some things that I could miss. But I'm about to try to do the best that I can. And within each of these verses, we're going to get sound clarity to make sure that we are all in unison when it comes to what is being said in terms of the covenant. Okay? Now, it says here in Genesis 15, after these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
No, you good.
Where you at?
Genesis 15 and 1. Genesis 15 and 1. So this is Genesis 15 and 1, starting again. It says here, after these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram. We are aware that this is Abraham, correct? Before his name has changed. Okay? It says in a vision. So he is speaking to him he's not speaking to him like a regular person, he's speaking to him in a vision. Okay? Saying, fear not, Abram, I am your shield and your exceeding great reward. A shield, what does a shield do? It is a protection. It's a hedge. Okay? The Lord protects those who he chooses to protect. He is his shield. And he is his exceeding great reward. So he himself, along with whatever he has, is a reward to Abraham. Okay? And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus. Now, we have to ask, why is he asking this question? Because he's thinking this reward is going to come through something that is fleshly or carnal, you know. Why? Because he says, I don't even have a child. So when I die, it's going to go to some other random guy who's working in my house. That's the point he's making, yes.
What is the steward?
A steward is your chief worker. So you have servants, but then when you leave, you might say, this is my steward. So all you other workers, y'all listen to him while I'm gone. In essence, this is your manager in modern day context. Right. Or, I mean, that's how they would have applied it, a few years ago. Now it's a manager or a boss or whatever you want to call it. And why is he bringing this up? Because if Abraham dies, because he is the steward and because he is the chief person behind him, whatever Abraham has goes to him. Because he don't have any children, his inheritance will pass to the steward. So this great reward that God is saying that he has for him. He's saying, what are you going to give me? Because once you give it to me, when I die, because I am going to die, I'm a man, it's going to go to this guy. So the Lord responds by saying in verse 3, and Abram said, behold, to me thou, he responds in verse 5. But in verse 3 it says, and behold, and Abram said, behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. This is why he brought him up. The steward is the heir. Verse 4 says, and behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, this man right here, the steward, shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth from thine own bowels shall be thy heir. Meaning, you don't have a child now, you will. He's going to be your heir. Okay? It says in verse 5, and he brought him forth abroad, and said, look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. He said unto him, so shall thy seed be. And he hears Abram, he believed in the Lord, and he counted. The he here is talking about God. So the he first was Abram, he believed in the Lord, and the Lord counted it to him, Abram, for righteousness. So because Abraham believed that God was going to give him this reward, not only a reward, but he was also going to give him children to inherit the reward. This is what he believed in. This is your basis or the start. It's because of this belief that God is saying, wow, this man, after I appeared to him, he, in his heart, believes that this is going to happen despite whatever odds is occurring in his mind, whatever that may be. This is your foundation. Your foundation in the covenant is based off of faith. It's not based off of simply, reading words off of paper. You believe that God is going to grant you this reward upon you doing everything that we're going to read hereafter. Okay? So, let's keep going. It says in verse 7. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees to give thee this land to inherit it. That's the great reward, the land. He's going to give him this land to inherit it. In Abram's mind, he's like, I am one person. This is a land full of Canaanites who are well established, who have armies, who have cities, who have merchants, and all this other stuff. How am I going to inherit this? Verse 8. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? So how do I know that I'm going to inherit this great reward that you're talking about? And he said unto him, God said unto Abram, take me a heifer of 3 years old, a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove and a young pigeon. What do we know about these 5 things? These are the only type of 5 things. I wouldn't really ask. That was a little short, but thank you. You go ahead, though. What are these 5 things?
These are the animals the Father sanctified for us to use as sacrifice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. These are the only animals of all the clean animals that you can use to make vows, to make burnt offerings, to make free will offerings. The only thing that God will accept from you when trying to communicate something to him. He tells Abram, give me these things. It says in verse 10, and he took unto him all of these and divided them in the midst and laid each piece against another. But the birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. Now, you would think he about to sacrifice these things, right? But that's not what's about to happen. It says in verse 12, and when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, this is talking about God is appearing to him in this great darkness. This is what's happening in his dream. So it's another vision he's having. Know for a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, talking about the people who they serve in this land. They shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. And afterwards shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, and thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again. For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, that behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, unto thy seed. So this is the agreement. These are the terms. He says, unto thy seed, the same seed that I'm promising that you're going to have I given this land that I just told you about, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. So this here is the confirmation of what he told him previously. He appeared to him in a vision. He said he's going to give him this great reward. He answers him. Abraham believes. Later on, he has another vision of a prophecy that occurs with us being in Egypt. And then he goes on to say that your children will inherit this land. That is the covenant, starting off. He goes further, okay? So let's move on. So hold on. Let's not move on. I'm sorry. Let's not move on. There were certain things within this that I did not go over because it's, I would think that it kind of would go away from the point of what the covenant is. But is there anything that we have any questions or comments on as it relates to this about what the covenant is in chapter 15? Yes.
my personal opinion, I don't think nothing goes away from the covenant because this is the start of it.
Well, okay, let me show you with you why I said that. It says right here in verse 13, know for a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that's not theirs, and they shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Right? This right here is a prophecy. So he's letting them know that this is going to happen later on. However, I'm aware that there's a lot of brothers and sisters today who conclude that this is somehow maybe us in America or somewhere else who've been in slavery for a certain amount of time. So that's why I wasn't necessarily touching on that, or even the point where it says the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. Okay, that's something else. But I can explain. It's no problem. But I just to hit the points on what the covenant is. That going over that, I'm trying to be time sensitive as well. So, but if you want, we can definitely go over that if you want to.
I don't need to. You just had a preconceived thought.
Okay. Well, in any case, this is the beginning of the covenant. So it starts with the belief. First of all, it starts with God telling Abraham to leave a place where he was familiar with for all of his life, Ur of the Chaldees. Abraham asked no questions. The Lord appeared to him. He told him to leave. He left. He said, I'm going to give you a land. It's far from your homeland. Okay? He leaves. He is now in this land. But he is not established. He is just a man with his wife and his servants. And that's it. So he's nowhere inheriting anything. He's just bouncing around, going throughout this land. God tells him, this is your land. He says, how could it be my land? I don't have an heir. The steward of my house is my heir. He says, no, this is not going to be your heir. Look at the stars. That's how many children you're going to have. You can't even number that. He says, wow, not only am I going to have children, I'm going to have so many, I can't number. He doesn't ask any questions. He believes this, he accepts it. This is the principle. So as we're going throughout reading the covenant as it relates to not just Abraham, but his seed, as we all believe we are to be, that is something that you have to emulate.
Faith is the foundation.
Correct. Okay, correct. You have to, because belief encapsulates many things. Belief means that you actually know that God is, in fact, an entity. And he sees you, he watches you, he's knowing. You can kind of believe that. No, you have to all the way know that. Because what that does is, it should make you fearful to go against what he will then set out later on as we're reading in here.
It's like, it's not, I believe it when I see it, I see it because I believe it already.
You put it like that, however you want to put it, that makes sense in your mind. The point is, this is not, and I'm not saying that, it doesn't like that. Yeah, whatever you need to compartmentalize that in your own brain, that's what you need to do. Okay, I can only do what I know. But you have to have that, what Abraham has, in terms of understanding and believing that whatever God has set out that he said he's going to give, that he said that he's going to do, and who he is and how we're supposed to be, you have to accept that 100%. Not 50%, not 25%, not 99%, 100%. Okay? 100%. Abraham in his own mind could very well be contemplating on whatever, and it doesn't matter because God said it. That's all that matters, that God said it. And that's it. All the other stuff is whatever, okay? So, that's the core. Believing, faith. That is cited all throughout the Bible. Now, moving forward, we're now going to go to Genesis 17.
Genesis 17.
Yes. So now this is going to further explain some of the things that he mentioned, right? Because as we read the covenant, certain questions may come up. Well, he said he's going to give him children. God is going to go on further and explain some of this stuff. So here in Genesis 17, it goes on to say in verse 1, and when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram and said, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me and be thou perfect. So he's appearing to him again. You see how consecutively God is appearing to Abraham. God don't just appear to you, okay? But he's appearing consecutively to Abraham. That means that he's fond of Abraham. It's something that Abraham is doing that God, he accepts it. And so he's appearing to him. He says, walk before me and be thou perfect. Do everything that I tell you to do. That's how I want you to walk. It says in verse 2, and I will make my covenant between me and you, and I will multiply you exceedingly. So this goes on further about the heirs, right? It says in verse 3, and Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, notice some of the things you see him doing. It says this is a sign of humility. He falls on his face to the earth, on the ground. Lord, I'm acceptable. For you to even be accepted, for the Lord to appear to you and tell you this, he then falls with his falls on his face, showing the character that he has. This is what we have to emulate. It says in verse 4, as for me, behold, my covenant is with you, Abram. My covenant is with you, Abram, and thou shalt be the father of many nations. So not only will you have one son, but you're going to have many sons who will become nations. It says, neither shall thy name be called Abram, but thy name shall be Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made you. So now he is letting him know that he will confirm this. He's confirming that promise that he made in 15. It says in verse 6, and I will make thee exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee, and I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your seed after thee in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be a God to thee and to thy seed after thee. And I will give it thee and thy seed after thee, the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. So remember, he said that I am your God, I am your shield, and your exceeding great reward. I'm your hedge, I'm your protection, etc. Not only was he this to Abram, he is now saying that this seed that Abram is going to have, he will be that to them, and they will inherit the same land that he just said that he would give to Abram. Okay? Are we clear on that? All right. So, moving forward. Now let's jump to Genesis 24. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me not skip that. I don't want to skip that because that's kind of important. Let's go back to Genesis 21. Because one thing that we should consider is that even though this was being told to Abraham that he would have a son, there are some things that are done that are implemented to cause him to have a son without the will of God being attached to it. And that was the fact that Sarah gives Hagar, her servant, to Abraham to have children with, because Sarah is old. So she says, I'm old, I can't have children. So that because God has told, because I'm sure Abraham would have shared this dream with his wife. She probably said in her mind, I'm old, I can't have children. Here's my servant. The only way you can have children is to have them with her. Well, in Genesis 18, God clarifies that it's not going to be through her, it's going to be through Sarah. And even though she's old, she will have a child. Okay, that's in Genesis 18. We are jumping now to Genesis 21 to see that manifest itself. Okay, in Genesis 21, it says, and the Lord visited, I'm starting at verse 1, I'm sorry. In Genesis 21, starting at verse 1, it says, and the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. What did he speak? He said, no, you are going to have a child, even though you're old and you think that you cannot have any children anymore. So this is what he said, and now he is fulfilling that prophecy. It says in verse 2, for Sarah conceived and bare Abram a son in his old age at the set time of which God had spoken to him. And Abram called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, and as God had commanded him. Okay, so you see that he's doing what God said, walk before me perfectly. One of the things in order to do that is circumcising all of your male children and all your male servants, whoever was serving you, on the 8th day. That is without question. This is how you walk before him in perfection. He then says, verse 5, and Abram was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. Okay, so now, why am I bringing up Isaac? Because this is the seed. While we just read, he will be a father of many nations. That promise, that great reward, the land, and all those other things, that does not go to all of Abraham's children. That goes to Isaac. How do we know that? Well, let's jump down to Genesis, or jump forward now to Genesis 24. Okay? Or, I'm sorry, not Genesis 24, Genesis 25. Genesis 25. Wait a minute, hold on a second. I think I'm messing this up. No, I'm sorry. That's not what I want. That. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Genesis 26. My bad. Genesis 26, starting at verse 1. Okay, Genesis 26, starting at verse 1. So, again, we brought up Isaac. Isaac is born. Genesis 26, some time goes on, and now Isaac is old. And we're going to see that the passage, or the heir of that promise that we just read in Genesis 15, that God promised that he would give to Abraham, the heir who is going to take on that promise is Isaac. Okay, and we're going to prove that here. It says in Genesis 26, starting at verse 1, and there was a famine in the land beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, unto Gerar. And the Lord appeared unto him. So now the Lord, just like he appeared to Abraham, he is now appearing to Isaac. It says, and the Lord appeared unto him, Isaac, and said, go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn in this land, the same land that he just promised to Abraham. He said, dwell in this land. And I will be with thee. I will be with you is ensuring safety, security, right? The shield. I will be with thee and will bless thee. For unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath. The covenant is an oath. The word covenant means oath. It means an agreement. It means a contract. It means, that's what it means, oath. The same thing that he told to Abraham, he's going to perform it for Isaac. Notice, pay attention to something. We skipped over a lot. In Genesis chapter 24 and 25, Abraham has other sons. That oath does not go to those other sons. That oath only goes to Isaac. You will not read the Lord saying this to Ishmael, or this to Midian, or this to Midian. You only see him read, this is talking to he is talking right now to Isaac, as established in verse 1. And he says in verse 3, sojourn in this land, the same land that I gave Abraham. I will be with you. I'm your shield. And I will bless thee. I'm your exceeding great reward. For unto you, Isaac, and unto your seed, Isaac, will I give all these countries. And I will perform the oath, the covenant which I swear unto Abraham, your father. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven. And I will give unto thy seed all these countries. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because, now why is he doing this? This is going to tell you exactly why he made this covenant. Because Abraham obeyed my voice. So not only did he believe in what the Lord said, but believing in what the Lord said is what causes you to obey his voice. That's the point. He didn't believe just because he wanted something good to happen. He believed because this was something that he obeyed. He obeyed the Lord's voice. He says, and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. It's because he believed that he did all these things. And because Abraham did all these things, God promised him what he promised him. Okay? Again, I want to point out, by this time, in Genesis 26, Abraham has many sons. He has many sons. The only son that the Lord passes that oath down to, that he transfers that oath down to, is Isaac. No one else. Why did he do that? Isaac is the only seed. When God made that promise, he made that promise with the notion that Sarah would bear this child. This is the only child that Sarah bare for Abraham. The other sons were born by Hagar and Keturah. But this son, this is the only son. When God told him he would give him an heir, this is who he was talking about. Okay? Is everybody, are we clear on that?
Mm-hmm.
Moving forward. Let's skip that. No. Okay, let's skip that. No, I didn't skip it. All right. So now, we're now in Genesis 28. There's so much stuff. 28. There's so much. So much that encapsulates all of this. One thing that I do want to point out before reading Genesis 28, we know that Isaac has 2 sons, or we should know that. Okay? Remember, Abraham has many sons. It's only one. It's only one son that the covenant passes down to. That is Isaac. No one else. Isaac, he don't have many sons. He just have 2. 2 twins. Jacob, Esau. Okay? When you read Genesis 27, Jacob is the one who is given the covenant. Okay? And it's been the plan for God to give Jacob the covenant all along. And we're going to confirm it here in Genesis 28. In Genesis 28, starting in verse 1, it says here, and Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Okay, look at that. Now this is a commandment. Where do you think Isaac got this from? He got this from his father, Abraham. Why? Because when Abraham sends his servant in Genesis 24 to go and find Isaac a wife, he says, don't find a wife from these Canaanite women for my son. He says, go back where? Go back to my hometown and find my kindred and take for my son Isaac a wife from them, which happens to be Rebekah, who was Isaac's second cousin. So, that was given, but how did Abraham get it? God would have told him Once you get to this land of Canaan, don't take any wives of them. Tell that to your son. Isaac, tell that to your son. Now it's being told to Jacob. Verse 2. So this is how you walk with God perfectly, right? This is walking with God perfectly. Keeping his commandments, the things that he says to do. It says in verse 2, arise, go to Padanaram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of the Laban, thy mother's brother. Now, do you see what he says? This is the same thing that Abraham tells his servant. Go to my kindred. He just got specific. Isaac just got specific. It's the same thing. It says in verse 3, here's the point. And God Almighty bless thee and make thee fruitful and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people. And give you the blessing of Abraham. Notice, he is not talking to Esau. He is talking to Jacob. And he says that the same blessing that I got from my father Abraham, God Almighty is passing that to you. The blessing of Abraham. It says, to you and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which God gave unto Abraham. So God gave this land to Abraham. Abraham gives it to Isaac. Isaac is giving it to Jacob. We see that happening right here. It says, and Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padanaram unto Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Padanaram, he took him a wife from thence, and that as he blessed him, gave him a charge, saying, thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padanaram. And Esau, seeing the daughters of Canaan, pleased not Isaac his father. Then went Esau unto Ishmael, and took unto the wives which he had Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife. It says, and Jacob went to Beersheba, and went towards Haran, and he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took stones of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in the place to sleep. And here's the point. Verse 12, and he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascended and descended on it. And behold, the Lord stood above it, and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac. Notice, he didn't say, I'm the God of Midian. I'm the God of Ishmael. I'm the God of Abraham. I'm the God of his son Isaac. And now, I'm your God. It says, the land whereon thou liest, to you will I give it, and to your seed. We see the same thing occurring. The covenant is very specific, that you're going to have multiple seed, multitude of seed, and that seed is going to inherit this land. It says in verse 14, and thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and shall spread abroad to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south, and in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. This is also foreshadowing that what God is going to use this seed to rule over everyone else. And through them, through this seed, will everyone else be blessed because of this seed who he is choosing. It says in verse 15, and behold, I am with thee, and I will keep thee in all places whither thou goest. That's the shield. He will keep you, protect you. Wherever you go, you'll be good. It says, and will bring thee again into this land. For I will not leave you until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. Now, you got to believe that, even to this very day. Because if you're proclaiming to be this seed who this promise belongs to, that means that God is keeping you and is with you right now until he does what he says he's going to do. This is him putting his name on it. So when you read in scripture where he says he swore by himself, this is what that means. People swear on things that they esteem as great. I swear on this, I swear on that. The Lord can't swear on nothing because he is the most high. So he says, I swear by myself. I'm up here, nothing else. And he will be with you, being that shield until that happens. It says in verse 16, and Jacob awaked out of his sleep and said, look what Jacob said, surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. He says, surely God is here in the midst with me. And look what he says in verse 17, he was afraid. That should scare you. That should frighten you. Being so powerful would even make himself known to you and to your father and to your grandfather. He was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place? This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of what? Wisdom. So the Lord is setting up a foundation for him to go off of. So that's it on that. It's going to go into Jacob starting his family. Do we have any questions or comments on that? So what have we learned thus far? That the covenant, the word itself, is an oath, a promise, a contract, an agreement between two parties. Those two parties start with God, Abraham. Because it's given to Abraham, it passes to his heir, which is Isaac. While he has many sons, yes, you can read that, he has many sons. When God promised him an heir, he was talking about one, and that was Isaac, through his mother, Sarah. That's who he was talking about. Isaac receives the same exact oath, no changes. You will be great, you'll have seed, you'll inherit this land. I'm your shield, I'm your exceeding great reward. Isaac has two sons. It is given to Jacob. It is not given to Esau. While they are brothers, yes, they're brothers, correct. While the nation of Israel and the nation of Edom are cousins, as a nation, yes, they're cousins. God did not give the covenant to Esau. He gave the covenant to Jacob. From this point on, there is no distinction in the sons who God is going to give this covenant to. Jacob is that seed. And all of his children, all of them. It is no specific one son, like it was for Isaac and like it was for Jacob. No. All of his children. He is going to be the one. Jacob is going to be the one who God begins this process of fulfilling this covenant. Any questions or comments before I move forward? No. Let's get to it. We're going to jump to Exodus 20 now. No. I'm sorry. Exodus 19. Exodus chapter 19. Now, the reason we're jumping here, because it's kind of a big jump, is because as Jacob has his children, as they grow up, Things happen. He has 12 sons. Joseph is sold into Egypt. All of this is to fulfill God's plan. Why? Because remember, we read in Genesis 15, know for a surety that your seed will be in a strange land that's not theirs. And I'm going to deliver them out of that. Well, he was talking about the children of Israel being in Egypt and how he delivered them out of that. And in the fourth generation, they come back into that place. Well, that is what has occurred. They went down into Egypt because of the famine. Joseph was already in Egypt because he had got sold there. The children of Israel become populous as a nation. They established themselves there in Goshen. Okay? A new king arises and starts oppressing the children of Israel. And they serve them. The Lord delivers them out of that through the 10 plagues. Now we're here in Exodus 19. It goes on to say in Exodus 19, starting at verse 1. In the 3rd month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim and were come to the desert of Sinai and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Israel camped before the mount. And Moses went up unto God, and the Lord called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, You have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings and brought you unto myself. Remember, he said he will keep them wherever they go, in all the places, right? Bearing them on eagle's wings represents his protection. He is the shield. He is exceeding great reward. Notice, he's not saying this to one tribe of Jacob. He says the house of Jacob, all of the Israelites. Now therefore, verse 5, now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, like Abraham obeyed it, like Isaac obeyed it, and like Jacob obeyed it. If you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. If you keep my covenant. Verse 6 says, And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. So this covenant includes the children of Israel receiving this land, having the Lord's protection, the Lord being with them, the Lord being their God, and they being his people. And now, he's telling them not only that, but you will be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, a set-apart nation, a nation that's above the other nations, which will then cause those other nations to seek your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that I have given you. So, it says, and all the people, verse 7, and Moses came and called for the elders of the people and laid before their faces all these words, which the Lord commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, all that the Lord, this is what the people are saying. The people are agreeing to this covenant. Abraham agreed with it. Isaac agreed with it. Jacob agreed with it. He's now telling all the children of Israel. It says, all that the Lord have said, we will do. Then Moses returned the words of the people unto the Lord. So God tells Moses what to say to them. They agree. They tell Moses. Moses goes back up into the mountain and says, God, they have agreed to enter into your covenant. Let me see. Yes, in verse 9, it says, And the Lord said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto the Lord. So again, remember when Jacob was fearful? Okay, when he said, surely this place is dreadful. This is the gate of heaven. And he was afraid. When the Lord says he's going to speak to them, he's talking about when he gives those 10 commandments. And what happens afterwards? The people say what in Exodus 20 and verse 18? Look at that in Exodus 20 and verse 18 right quick. When God has just finished speaking to them, he's trying to create the same concept when Israel or Jacob saw the gate of heaven ascending and descending like we saw in Genesis 28. He was afraid. Because the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And wisdom is the keeping and the understanding of his commandments. So when he speaks those commandments, not only does he just speak it, he wants the people to be afraid of it. And look what they say in Exodus 20, verse 18. All the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. They ran away. Notice they didn't draw to the voice of God. They stood afar off. They retreated. Why? This is a good thing that I'm pointing out. This is what should happen. This is a good thing. This is a great thing. This is what the Lord wants to happen. You should be afraid. It says in verse 19, and they said unto Moses, speak thou with us. Speak that you speak with us. Moses, you speak to us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, fear not, for God is come to prove you. He's doing this on purpose. And that his fear may be before your faces, that you sin not. That's the point. To sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto him, look what God says to Moses. Thus shalt thou say to the children of Israel, you have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with you gods of silver, neither shall you make with you gods of gold. Okay? So, point is, excuse me, the Most High has just established the covenant with the children of Israel right here, right now, in Exodus chapter 19. It is established right here. But however, it was conceived well before with Abraham. And it is now manifesting with Jacob. Because he says that they're going to what? Inherit the land. They haven't inherited the land yet. But this is why he's giving them that covenant now, because what they're about to do is they're en route to go to the land to then inherit it. Okay? And to establish that kingdom, that holy nation. Now, moving forward, let's jump to Leviticus 26. We got two more after this. We jump to Leviticus 26. See, because, you know, we like to go to Deuteronomy 28, but we have to remember that Deuteronomy, the word Deuteronomy, means second, twice, two. Meaning the things that you read in Deuteronomy have already been mentioned. Okay? So, in Leviticus 26, this is where it's first mentioned. In Leviticus 26, in verse 1, it says here, you shall make you no idols, nor graven images, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall you set up any image of stone in your land to bow down unto it, for I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuaries. I am the Lord. If you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them, who did that? Abraham did that. Isaac did that. They secured the promises. Jacob did that. They secured those promises. He's telling them the same thing. If you walk perfectly, if you do what I tell you to do, I will be your shield and your exceeding great reward. And he goes on to explain how great of a reward this is. In verse 4, it says, Then will I give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit, and your threshing shall reach unto the vintage, and your vintage shall reach unto the sowing time, and you shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land safely, and I will give you peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid, and I will rid evil beasts out of the land, neither shall the sword go through your land. And you shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you by the sword, and I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you. And you shall eat the old store, and bring forth the old because of the new. And I will set my tabernacle, my dwelling place, among you. I'm going to dwell with you, and my soul shall not abhor you. My soul shall not push you away from me. And I will walk among you, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, that you should not be their bondmen. I have broken the bands of your yoke and made you go upright. That's the exceeding great reward. Among others. But ultimately, verse 11 and 12, that's your exceeding great reward. All the other stuff is nice, you know. But to have the tabernacle of the Lord among you, and his soul being so righteous, so pure, so upright, that it's not disgusted with your very wicked presence. I'm dead serious. The fact that he's going to do that, you should consider yourself grateful to even have the opportunity to do that. That's the exceeding great reward. And he's going to walk among us. This ensures the hedge, the protection. It says, and I will be your God. What does that mean? When he says, I will be your God, the word God means power. It means judge. It means righteousness. He's going to be our power. He's going to be our judge. He's going to be our righteousness. That's what he means when he says, I'm going to be your God. The thing that you draw strength from is me. And you are going to be my people. All the earth is mine. He just said that, Exodus 19. All these people, I control them. But you're going to be my people. Could have chose any other people on the planet. But he didn't choose us because of us. Why did he choose us? Abraham. Technically, you're not chosen. He chose Abraham, and you're his seed. And he's performing the promise that he gave to those 3 men, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who walked before him perfect. In the prayer of Manasseh, in your Apocryphas, it says Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob committed no sin.
We don't know.
It says Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob committed no sin. I don't know about nobody else.
As far as the covenant.
It says Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob committed no sin. I don't know about nobody else.
I'm talking about the covenant.
What about it?
He gave Noah one.
Okay, he gave Noah a covenant, but that covenant is different from what Sister Haver just brought up.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Haver is talking about the covenant that God has given to the children of Israel, or that has passed down to us. That covenant of Noah does in fact pass down to the children of Israel, but that covenant passes down to everybody on the planet. Because the covenant of Noah said what? I will no more destroy the earth through water ever again.
Mm-hmm.
This benefits everybody. Moabites, Edomites, Ammonites, whoever you want to name. Because why? They won't ever be killed through a flood. Or everybody on the earth won't ever be destroyed through a flood. So while that does in fact pass down to the Israelites as well, that is a
Universal covenant.
correct. Two more things. Deuteronomy 28. You see this repeated. Everything that we just read in Leviticus 26 is going to be repeated again right here in Deuteronomy 28, starting at verse 1. In Deuteronomy 28, starting at verse 1. I'm just reading verse 1 and 2. I'm just reading verse 1 and 2. Okay? Because the last point is in the next chapter. It says here in Deuteronomy 28, starting at verse 1, and it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God. If you will hearken diligently, hearken diligently. Hearken means listen, observe, keep. If you hearken or listen diligently mean not half doing it or some doing it. It means all the way doing it. Diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God. 2, this is what he wants you to hearken diligently to. To observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day. That the Lord your God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. Those blessings are the same blessings that we just read in Leviticus 26 and more. Okay? However, like in Leviticus 26, it goes on to say in verse 15 in Deuteronomy 28. Verse 15 says, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken, if you don't listen unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Now, why is this in here? He didn't give Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob conditions about if they didn't do it. You know what Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did? They just did it. There's no problem. So the Lord didn't have to include this clause to say, if you don't do it, then this is what's going to happen. He just said, walk before me in righteousness, walk upright, keep my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws, and I'm going to bless you with this great reward. And I'm going to give you this land, and your seed shall be as the stars of heaven. And Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob said, absolutely. And they did it. But what have he seen from the children of Israel? From the moment, even before we even get the covenant that we read in Exodus 19, they already was breaking the Sabbath. Because in Exodus 16, when he told them to gather twice as much bread on the 6th day, you're not going to find any on the 7th day, you still had Israelites going out on the 7th day looking for bread. He knew people, and he did that on purpose. It tells you in Exodus 16, he did that to prove if they're going to keep my commandments or not. So he's already knowing that they're going to do this. On top of building the calf in Exodus 32. On top of wanting to go back into Egypt. On top of serving other gods when they met the Midianites and the Moabites. On top of doing everything and speaking against Moses about things that God told him to do, about a situation that God put them in front of, and he's speaking against Moses. But what that translates to is, you're speaking against God. This is exactly why you should be afraid of the thing. This is what believing means. It's not just, oh, I know God's real. These people were destroyed for talking too much about somebody who God put his wisdom in to give to them. And they thinking they talking about him, and the whole time they talking about God. All these things are occurring. And as God is seeing this and watching this in real time, he is now giving them conditions because he know they ain't going to do it. That's exactly why there's way more curses than blessings in both Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28. So now, again, you can read all that on your own time. This is the last thing I'm going to. And that will wrap this up. Again, are we clear so far?
I ain't gonna lie. I dozed off. Not your fault. I
Yeah,
just tried.
yeah, it's cool. One of y'all have the notes? Okay, yeah. If you could send them, because I know sometimes, I'm tired too. I didn't get that much sleep either. But it's a little bit easier for me since I'm the one that is talking. But this is the last thing I'm going to prove now that this covenant was given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And again, I want to point out once again, because this is very important. That covenant was not given to no other son of Abraham but Isaac. No other ones received that blessing or that covenant but Isaac. That is it. Midianites, all these other people who come from Abraham, we in Deuteronomy 29 now. I'm starting at verse 1. We're in Deuteronomy 29 now, but I'm just recapping a little bit. Just recapping a little bit so that way whenever you get the notes, you can know what was going on. Starts with Abraham. He's given that covenant. God visits him. Abraham believes in the Lord. He counts it for righteousness. This is the most important thing about this covenant. You have to know that. It is nothing else but your belief that God is a God of his word and he means what he says and he is not playing with you. That is your core. This is why you should be afraid. You should be afraid to go against it. You can't be afraid of something if you don't perceive that the threat is real. Somebody point a gun to your face, you're going to run away, aren't you? Because you perceive that you could die from this thing. You should perceive much more worse than that when dealing with the Most High. He wants you to be afraid. This was established in Genesis 28 when Jacob was given the covenant. When it was confirmed to Jacob, it was confirmed to Abraham, it was confirmed to Isaac, and then it was confirmed to Jacob. And when it was confirmed to Jacob in Genesis 28, he said, how dreadful is this place where the Lord made himself known to him. He was afraid. We see the Lord doing the exact same thing when he speaks the Ten Commandments. All the other commandments that you see here in this Bible have been written or carved on stone. Those first 10, yeah, they're written on the 2 tables of stone. Yes, they are. But they were spoken first. None of the other commandments were spoken. None. The Lord spoke those 10 out of his mouth first. And he did it on purpose. Because it says in Exodus 20, verse 18 and 19, that he did it to prove them that his fear may be before their faces. He did it to scare them, so that they can believe in the Lord like their father Abraham believed. Okay? That's the point. Now, as it relates to Jacob, all of his sons get it. There's no distinction in the sons of Jacob. He is the seed that will inherit the land. This is why God now refers to the children of Israel as the children of Israel. Because Jacob has his name changed to Israel. This is the founder or the starting point of when that covenant is going to be established by God. He don't call us the children of Isaac, even though we are children of Isaac. That's not how the children of Israel are distinguished. He calls them the children of Israel because Israel is that starting point. All of his sons get it. What we are now saying today, is that for a multitude of reasons that we don't have to get into right now, but for a multitude of logical, historical, secular, but most important, biblical facts, we believe that we are the descendants of those people. That's what we're saying right now. And therefore, this, in Deuteronomy 29, applies to us today. It says in Deuteronomy 29. Excuse me. That wasn't a sneeze, that was a cough, but thank you. Deuteronomy 29 and verse 1, it says, these are the words of the covenant. What are the words? What you would have just read if you were reading, in sync with the Bible. This is Deuteronomy 21, but remember there is no chapter and verse separation. Deuteronomy 28, verse 68 is the end of the curses. And so following in verse 1, it says, these are the words of the covenant. What was the words? Everything in that previous chapter. Which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel. Notice, he commanded Moses to do it. Why? Because he could have did it himself. Abraham didn't have a mediator go up to God and tell him, do you want to enter into a covenant with God? And he says, yes, I do. And then the mediator went back to God. God told it to him, and he believed it. It was just those two. Isaac, it was just those two. Jacob, it was just those two. All the sons of Jacob, now you got to have a mediator. These are little things to pay attention to. It says, these are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, beside the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. The covenant that he made in Horeb was what we just read in Exodus 19. Notice, pay attention. Again, pay attention to this. In Exodus 19, when he gave them the covenant, he gave them the covenant as if they were going to listen like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did. There's no curses in Exodus 19. There is no curses. There's just, obey my voice, and I will be a God. You'll be to me a peculiar treasure above all people on the earth. I'm going to be a God. You're going to be my people. That was it. It's no curses. At that point, we were supposed to just do what God said like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did. But no, we did not do that for many things that I've just cited. So now, he makes what is known as I think it's an addendum, whatever. It's an addition to the covenant. It says now, because you have proven multiple times that you are willing to disobey me, there's going to be some consequences. So it says again in Deuteronomy 29:1, these are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab. It says beside the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. That means these things go hand in hand. You keep the commandments, you get that promise. If not, you get these curses. Verse 2. And Moses called unto all Israel and said unto them, you have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt, unto Pharaoh, and unto all his servants, and unto all his land. Great temptations which the eye have seen, the signs and those great miracles. Yet the Lord have not given you a heart to perceive, eyes to see, and ears to hear unto this day. Notice the Lord did not give them that. This is one of the reasons why they end up going off. Because even though they see, they don't see it. Even though they hear it, they don't hear it. It says, yet, or verse 5, and I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxing old upon you. Thy shoe is not waxing old upon thy foot. And you have not eaten bread, neither have you drunk wine or strong drink, that you may know that I am the Lord your God. And when you came in unto this place, Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, came out against us unto battle, and we smote them. And we took their land, and gave it for an inheritance unto the Reubenites, and unto the Gadites, and to the half tribe of Manasseh. Keep therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that ye may prosper in all that you do. You stand here this day, all of you before the Lord your God, your captains of your tribes, your elders, your officers, and all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and thy stranger that is in thy camp, from the hewer of thy wood unto the drawer of thy water, that thou shouldest enter into a covenant with the Lord thy God, and into his oath which the Lord thy God maketh with thee this day, that he may establish thee to be for a people unto himself, and that he may be unto thee a God, as he hath said unto you, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. This is the point. So what he's saying here is that covenant that he made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is now passing to all of them. And he's performing this oath. Verse 16, it says, verse 15. Wait a minute. No, I skipped 14. 14, my bad. 14. This is the point. I can't miss that because this is the point. Neither with you. Who is the you here? That's all the people present. That is all the people present. So when God is making this oath, he is making it to all the people who were actually there, right there in the land of Moab, as it's mentioned. He's not making this covenant with me or with any of y'all. He made that with them, right then and there. But he says, neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that is not here with us this day before the Lord our God, and also with him that is not here with us this day. We weren't here with them that day. No, we were not. Wasn't even thought of. The point is, he has given it to his seed for an everlasting covenant. He don't have to keep repeating this covenant over and over again. It's right here. And we have it, and we're reading it. And this covenant is for the children of Israel. What we are charged to do is believe in the fact that, one, the Most High is in fact present. And with his presence, he has chosen our fathers to make a covenant with. And therefore, by extension, being the offspring of those men, we are charged with keeping the same covenant that he gave to them. You honestly don't have a choice. You're in the covenant, whether you like it or not, whether you believe in God or not, whether you follow and serve God or not. Only difference is, what part of that covenant are you getting? Are you getting the part that he gave to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to be their shield, their exceeding great reward, to bear them on eagle's wings, to be their God, to dwell among them, to set his tabernacle among them? Or is he going to abhor you? So I think, again, I could have missed things. There were other things that I did skip on purpose. But if you know that from Genesis 15 to Genesis 17, 18, 24, 26, Exodus 19, Exodus 20, Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 28 and 29. That is a solid foundation of not only what the covenant is, what is supposed to be done. It gives you the parties within it, which is God and Abraham, and by extension, his seed. Those are the two parties. And it tells you the exact agreement that God has stipulated, even the additions that he has made over time, from going from Abraham to the house of Israel. Do we have any questions, or does anybody disagree with anything that we just read? So that means we all should be fully aware. You should be fully aware that this, it don't even matter what else you read about. That is the most important thing right there. Right here, that's the most important thing. That core foundation is believing in the fact that God is here. And not only is he here, but he has made a covenant with our fathers that we were really unaware of for the longest. And it just so happened through his grace and mercy that he has allowed you to know that. Now, you knowing it puts you in a more advantageous position to do what he told you to do. Okay? To do what he told you to do. One of those things is what we started talking about today, which was keeping the Sabbath. Okay? Fourth commandment. That's one of the things that he spoke. Caused the people to fear. Another one of those things was keeping the new moons. Okay? So we're trying to perfect that in the conversation. But if we're clear on that,
No, I'm not clear.
okay.
I fell asleep. But that don't mean you have to go over me.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear that last
part.
part.
I fell asleep. Or what you went over.
Well,
I heard the review. And I would say personally, I don't have a belief.
yeah.
Belief has room for, like, you can change it. I know who my father is. I don't have no belief.
Well, let me make this clear. Belief in the English context, yes, it does have room for doubt. That's correct. However, the word for belief in the Bible, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but we can easily go look it up.
Just look at it.
Yeah, go ahead. Because that word doesn't mean having to go on a limb and think that God is real. It's a totally different concept. I do remember looking it up, but I don't remember what the word is. But once you find it, you can.
The first definition is an acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists.
Exactly.
So that you accept that something exists.
Exactly.
That's different than normal.
That's what?
That's different than normal.
How?
Because you accepting that something exists. That's not knowing. That's like you said, it has room for doubt.
No. When you accept that something exists, that's not room for doubt. If you've accepted that the Most High is here.
Huh? No, you can use the bathroom. You asking me if you use the bathroom?
He thought you was about to get up to go.
Oh, no, bro.
No, so from that definition, that actually aligns with what you're saying. Okay, what does accept mean?
To accept, take as true, I guess.
Okay, so if something is true, can it be argued?
Yeah, if you accepting it as an individual and it's not a fact, But you accepting it as an individual is true.
But how does that leave room for doubt to that person?
Because somebody else may not accept it as true.
But that mean that you don't actually accept it as true, then that mean that...
No, I said somebody else may accept it as true.
Right, I get what you're saying, but I'm not talking about nobody else. If I accept, or if you accept, or anybody accept that God is real, or that God is existing, it won't matter what somebody else says.
It's still a belief for other people, and in other people's eyes, it's like you believe that this is true. I don't have a belief, I know.
Again, that's fine. What I'm saying is, in the Bible, the word for belief and how it's used now is in fact different. Like what you just said, belief in a modern sense does leave room for doubt. Like you think that something is true, but you're also leaving room for the fact that you could be wrong, and if proven wrong, you will go with something else.
And it's not belief in the Bible. I looked up this belief.
Oh no. But see that again, that belief is, and tell me what that Hebrew word is while I explain this. Blue letter Bible, Genesis 15. Scroll down to verse 6. I need you to look up that word for believed to see what it means. Now, Sister Haver, in every book, you have something that is called a preface or an introduction. That is basically giving you the author's reasoning for why this book was compiled. Every book has it. Every book. The Bible has it. It's not in your regular Bibles, but it is in your 1611.
Who is the author? Is it the writer of the book, or is it somebody that interprets?
That depends on the book. Different books have different reasonings for being written. That, I'm not talking about that. I'm only talking about the Bible because you asked me what a lexicon is. So I'm trying to give you the best way that I can explain why a lexicon is important when having these discussions. When you read a word and it seems like it's saying something, but in all actuality, it's not saying that. And we always have this problem. That was one of the reasons why we went over the stranger thing. Okay, because that's also a issue. Okay, so the reason why I'm telling you is you should look at a lexicon is because when you read the Bible was translated from 3 other books. They were written in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. These are 3 different languages. The translators, all they did was they took those 3 books. They took those 3 books and they translated them from Hebrew to English, from Greek to English, and from Latin to English. That's what your King James translators, they tell you this in the preface. They tell you this. So if you have a 1611 Bible, you should. In the first couple of pages, they will tell you. Okay. Now, why is that important? Because what a lexicon does is it provides you, the reader, with the words that they looked at and said, this word means this in Hebrew, this word means this in Greek, this word means this in Latin. And they tell you why it was translated into English that way. That's what a lexicon does. So in essence, you look at an English word and you look at what the word was before that they translated it from. And you can see if there's any discrepancies or subtle differences that might change in understanding, like how we're talking about now, where belief now has room for doubt. Whereas here, whatever that was translated from, that wasn't the case. Okay? That's why I'm showing you this. What is that word, sir?
All right. The Strong's info. The Hebrew word for it is amen, all man.
Mm-hmm.
A primitive root. The references is Isaiah 30:21. It's interchangeable with Strong's H541. To go to the right hand, properly, to build up or support, to foster as a parent or nurse, figuratively, to render or be firm or faithful,
Mm-hmm.
to trust or believe, to be a permanent or quiet, morally to be true or certain, hence assurance, believe, bring up, establish, fail, be faithful, of long continuance, steadfast, sure, surely, trusty, verified, nurse, in parentheses, a slash ing, father, put, trust, turn to the right.
So, some of the key words that we should identify, because he gave you the definition, but let me do.
That was the entire definition?
Yes.
That was Hebrew?
No, the words are not in Hebrew. They're giving you the
No,
definition in
I'm
English.
saying that's the Hebrew.
That's the Hebrew word for that.
Really?
Okay, so some.
All them different. Alright.
You say you don't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All those different. I thought Hebrew was like straight to the point. It only meant one thing. There was a lot of stuff.
It is straight to the point. That's why but see, again, what you just read, right, are different ways that one would put that word amen into a translation. So if you read something and it's going along with to build up or support, to support what? Abraham, it says he believed in the Lord, right? So him believing in that was built up or was support as to why he was going to get these promises in the first place. So it is straight to the point, because these words that are being mentioned is trust, certain, assurance, establish, surely, sure. These are not words that suggest doubt. These are words that accept concrete. It even says here, where was it at? Where was it at? Here. Morally to be true or certain. To be true or certain, meaning certain. When you're certain about something, that is not suggesting that I think this is true or I think this is right. If I'm certain, I know. Okay. As a matter of fact, if I just look up synonyms, or basically words that mean the same thing, synonyms for, what did you say? You know the Lord is real? If you just look up synonyms for know, it says here, where we at? Perceive, see, understand, appreciate, latch onto, have knowledge of, be cognizant of, be aware of, be informed of, be familiar with. All these things are indicating the same thing, to actually be certain about something. So I'm pointing out the difference that believe don't mean in biblical context that, there's room for doubt.
I see a definition here. It says belief, something that is accepted, considered to be true, or held as an opinion. So their definition of belief leave room for doubt.
I do want to say something. I'm a child, man. In Hebrew, our original tongue, a word didn't need other words to support one word. That word stood on its own. It didn't need synonyms. It didn't need other stuff to strengthen it. It was it on its own. It was a whole word on its own. So I hear what you're saying, but it just sounds like, for me, this is just us trying to make sense of this horror of a language.
No. If you
Did that make sense to anybody, what I just said?
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying you.
No, I'm asking the Bible, because I want to make sure what I'm saying is
It
understood.
makes sense.
Did it make sense what I said?
Mm-hmm.
So, if our language can stand on its own and don't need other interpretations, other words, what are we talking about right now?
Well, we're talking about this because you don't know Hebrew. I don't know Hebrew. So if you don't know Hebrew, even if you're a child, you don't wake up one morning and know the language of the parents that you speak in. You have to be taught, and you have to be accepting to being taught, and you have to understand that you don't know some of these things. And so before going down these sayings of, oh, well, maybe this is this or maybe this is that, you have to understand that, one, you don't know Hebrew. So you have to look that up. If you reading in the Bible and it says he believed in God, and you thinking, well, he may have had room for doubt, that's wrong. You're coming to a wrong conclusion based off of something that you don't have control over, which is the fact that you grew up in American society, which demands that we know English. So it's not the Bible's fault that you in this situation. Really, it's you and me and ours and all of our other ancestors who continue in sin. That's the reason why we in this situation in the first place. Because the Lord said and he prophesied that we will be scattered from one end of the earth into another, and there we will serve other people. That means their languages that they speak, we're going to have to speak that. And if it's in conflict with the scriptures, you got to go through the process of getting back to your roots and figuring out what your Bible was saying before it was given into the hand of the heathens because of our iniquities. So that's the thing. It's like, is it tedious? Absolutely. You think I want to look up all these words? No. But at the same time, I understand that this is my fault, partially, why I'm speaking in English in the first place. If I could not know this language and speak our language and go back in time and get raised in knowing Hebrew and my mother and my father talking to me in Hebrew and I know Hebrew and they teach me words in Hebrew, I would do that. But it's no sense in even thinking about that because it's not going to happen. So I have to make it happen by doing this. That's the only way that we won't have these little conflicts when the Bible is saying something and in English it sounds kind of weird. Here's your phone. In English it sounds off or it's confusing or it don't make sense and it's not going along with everything else that the Bible is saying or that we think the Bible is saying. We have to do this. That's the work that we have to do. It's no shortcuts about that. So I mean,
Well, I agree with that. It sounded like we was holding strong to the word belief, and if somebody is saying something that questions it, then obviously it's faulty. So what I was saying was, instead of we saying belief because that's whatever understanding that we have on it, that's what we have at this point. So everybody is agreeing to the word belief. I disagree with the word belief. I'm going with something I think is more straight to the point with saying knowing. And the reason why we are all in confusion about it is because this language is defiled. But I understand that we have to do our due diligence to get to what the truth of the matter is, what the real word is. And we never get to that. He said that he would give a new name, a pure language and all that. So
well that's true. And I would say that I'm gonna let you go
I was
after.
just thinking that when we go to Hebrews 11, we say it's the faith. And I thought one of the words y'all used was agree, was under a noun.
It
I
was.
thought I heard agree, which in context is agreement, which is a covenant. That is knowing God. That's knowing Him for His word. And because He said His word will never be void and that He doesn't lie. So knowing Him would be to believe. And He said He gave us the definition of our faith, which is to the substance of things hoped for, but the evidence of things not seen. So you have to know that He is who He say He is in order to believe anything. So believing and knowing would be the same thing.
I disagree.
No,
but
listen,
I know what y'all are saying.
Yeah, listen,
I just disagree.
that's why I was pointing this out. Forget belief, the word in and of itself. This is how you have to approach the Bible. Who cares what it says in English? I don't care if it said belief or not. If it makes more sense for you, if they would have took that word out of belief and instead of translating it as belief, they said no or surely or certain, they could have did that, but they didn't. They put belief. If it makes more sense for you to use, let's say like when you're talking to somebody and you say you got to know that God. You don't say you got to believe in God. You say you got to know God. That make, huh?
Don't it hit different?
It actually does. I'm not gonna lie to you. But here's the thing. As long as the person who you're talking to understands that there is no shadow of a doubt in what we talking about, because I hope from what we just read, none of y'all didn't have no shadow of a doubt that any of this actually happened. Okay? I hope not. If any of you think that some of this is fairy tale or mythical, or does any of you believe that or sense that? Because I can guarantee you, They got people who didn't try to, you know, say whatever, that none of this happened and all this and that is whatever. All of that is irrelevant. Irrelevant. As long as the person who is being spoken to know that this is without any shadows of a doubt, that's all that matters. It don't even matter what words you use. Forget belief. Let's just take it out. The only reason why I said that is because it says it here. But I'm not clinging to the actual word. I don't, man. Amen. Amen. However it's pronounced. All right. You know, however it's pronounced. They give you the pronunciation. However it's pronounced. That's what that is. But if I go and say, you gotta amen, and they say, what? What are you talking about? They're not gonna know what I just said. I didn't even know that the word meant amen until we just went to it. I didn't read it before, yes, but I didn't remember. So whatever works. The point is he is in existence. No questions. And with that being said, he has given this agreement to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob for them to follow. And that agreement passed to Jacob's children, all of them. Whether they know it, agree with it, accept it, or not. This is why we will continue to go through curses, even though many of our people are ignorant to the very thing that we just went over. It don't even matter if they know it or not. It's his word is still going to stand, and that's why it's been standing this whole time. And we continually are cursed till we change. Every one of you have to accept that. There's no getting around that. So please remember, every time you sin, whatever we going through as a people, blame yourself. Because we all are part of the problem. Again, I would like for one of you sisters, if y'all could please, whoever took notes, provide what we went over to Sister Haven so that you can go back and read those on your own, and you can see what was discussed.
We gonna have this put up on the
Yeah, I could, yeah.
2 lessons in 1. It's perfect. All praises. I think that's a beautiful thing, Zeph.
You gotta remember, these were already here.
I'm even saying the conversation I had brought up. It's cool because there's this idea that I forgot what the president said, but he said we need to do whatever we need to do in order to prevent the return of black. Well, he said not the return, but in order to prevent the Black Messiah. Something like that.
It wasn't the president, that was J. Edgar Hoover.
Oh, Hoover.
No, not Hoover. Whatever his name is, FBI chief. Yeah, J. Edgar Hoover.
It was Hoover, and understanding that, and also being at a level of understanding that we're not essentially sitting here waiting on Yeshua to come back and do what he said he was going to do. We have to put action to it, right? So, like I said, there's this idea that I've heard where the world will change in an instant if the Israelites were to keep 2 full complete days of atonement perfect. I'm talking no taintment, no nothing, just 100% perfect. And I'm mentioning that because your last statement made me think of it, because our actions, and our understanding and everything that we're learning, it really does matter. And I think that we could not expedite, because that's obviously nothing's on our time, but we can influence things to transition if we were doing if we all were doing what we're supposed to be doing. Essentially, the return of the Black Messiah would come much faster if we were doing what we need to do. And I think that's one of the most essential things about all of us as a nation. So your last statement made me think about that idea that I was just doing some reading up on this past week, because I think it's true. There's no sense in waiting down with our hands on our laps, knowing that there's a time where Messiah will come and save us, but there's a Messiah essentially in all of us, a purpose that we all have to fulfill. And if we don't, we fail. So I think that's really important.
Absolutely. I don't think it's anything that you need to think about. You can read the Bible and know. There's been many instances within the scriptures where the children of Israel did something to cause the Lord to respond to their actions in a positive way. So it's just about the collective operating as one, which is very difficult now, but it's not to say that it can't be done. But it's not going to be done if we continue at these same rates where we push brothers away, or we are hard up about certain things, and we don't meet each other with a level of grace and mercy. I mean, to be honest with you, the fact that we even do that as a people, I'm talking about all of us as Hebrew Israelites, those who know, the fact that we do that is really disgraceful, because the Lord did not have to open up any of our eyes to any of this stuff. As I've pointed out multiple times, and as you can read in the Bible, we're all worthy of death. We've all committed something at one point or another, multiple times, that you honestly deserve to be killed for. You should not even be here right now. It's that fear of God to know that at any moment you could be gone and not have done enough, or not have done what you were supposed to do. You should consider yourself lucky that you have a chance to get it right. And instead of doing that, we are doing a lot of things that really the heathen have put into us, with the separation and the division. We talked about it in the Willie Lynch and all the other stuff, the things that they use, how they play on us to get us to divide each other and speak against each other and talk negatively about each other and disassociate ourselves with each other and all that. That makes that difficult. It's not impossible, but it does make it difficult. That's why, me personally, I do try to make that point as many times as I can, that myself, yourself, and no one else here is God. We know God is real, and we know His word exists. My word or your word should leave room for doubt in everyone's mind, because I could be wrong about something in here. This is not my word. I'm just reading it. And if you think about that, you won't have so much pride whenever you think that the Bible is saying something when it's probably not saying it. Even if it is saying it and you're right. How long has God known His own law? And how long has God seen you break it multiple times? And despite all that, the patience that God had with you to give you whatever little wisdom he's given me and you should be willing to do that with the next person.
So, my last question for you, Ahab, was your point kind of essentially in a way showing me, or rather telling me that what I brought to the table today was kind of not something like expedient me to settle down and focus on like what was needed to get to the, I guess, to honor the covenant, the law. We should talk more about that.
Well, I didn't have a point. I posed a question, and I came in late, so I wasn't clear on what it had anything pertaining to our covenant, and if so, then that's something that needs to be explored.
Okay.
But that's it. I didn't have no point. I wasn't trying to make a point. I was gonna ask some questions. And it led to us, right, well, what's the covenant, so we all can be on the same page with what that is, and, I fell asleep. My bad. I'll go back and look at it and see what was brought up.
Yeah, it's no problem.
And another thing, like I talk to people at my job, and honestly, I don't feel comfortable with bringing, and it's not a bashing session, but I don't feel comfortable with bringing them here, because I don't feel like we all on the same page with them. So that's another reason for bringing it up.
Well, were you finished?
Yeah, I'm just glad that we had, I think this was a really good session today. We got 2 lessons out of one class. Productive.
Yeah, well, I do have a question about your last statement about bringing people here. If you're uncomfortable with bringing people here, it begs the question: well, why do you come here? If you wouldn't invite someone else here, wouldn't it make more sense to, let's say, be somewhere where it's I don't know if more aligned, because I've been to many different congregations, and there are stuff that happens kind of like this. It's just this is about how it's dealt with, I would say. But what is the purpose of you attending, if you don't mind me asking that, if you're not comfortable with someone else?
Why I come? Because I'm able to come without being confused.
You're able to come without being confused? What do you mean? Confused about what?
What my experience, and if things don't seem to be aligned, I'm not influenced by the things that don't seem to be aligned, or everything being on the same plane. I'm not influenced by it. I'm still steadfast in my walk.
You're saying you're more obedient in your discernment than somebody new would be?
Yeah, what goes on is not detrimental to me. Now, when I need some uplifting, and I come and everybody is on the same, low, or what I perceive as being, low, and not getting what I think I need, then that's when, you know, that's the low point of it. But as far as being what I think everybody being in the same place, I don't think that's, I'm not trying to, I got a lot of problems. So I ain't trying to bash nobody or say people ain't where they need to be or none of that. I just wouldn't feel comfortable with bringing somebody in. I will hope y'all understand what I'm saying when I say that.
Yeah. I think at the same time, though, it brings me back to the point of although the foundation is very vital for it to be the same, I think each and every person's house will be built a little different. And that's how I know for communities or things like this to be really strong. I enjoy things like that. I love when people disagree with me. I actually prefer that. But I do understand your point as well, especially on the hand of bringing someone else in. You hear a lot of things, and you may find it unattractive to do your own research, and you may just be stuck with what you was thinking last week. And being a part of something where you have all these ideas thrown at you, the differences of opinion can seem unattractive to somebody who may not be as obedient in their discernment as you would say you are. So
Unstable. It can present itself as being unstable.
I see both sides. I understand both.
You read the Talmud?
I've not really dug into the Talmud, you know. Mainly the Mishnah and the Midrash. That's it. I haven't really got into the Talmud.
That's from the false Jews?
What?
What you just named?
What? The Talmud?
No.
You said the false
the
one?
mission of whatever.
No, the Midrash is just basically a continuation of the Mishnah. You just go in depth, like dates and certain people, like the actual names and stuff. The Talmud, I can't even really give you like really anything on it because I'm not studied on that at all. Other than I know there's 3 like that have been written, and the one I stay away from is the European Talmud. I've only even entertained the Jerusalem and the Babylonian. The European one, I don't. They talk about a whole bunch of nonsense. I don't even touch that one. But like I said, that's a lot of. It's a whole bunch of stuff. But no, I don't read the Talmud. No. I've not gotten to that yet. I don't think I will anytime soon.
Well, look, two things. First off, well, I'll just save this for you in private. But to your point, which is the reason why I brought up about you being here, you did not start your walk, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I highly doubt that you had the same amount of discernment that you have now from when you started. I would hope that has built up over time, like with all of us, right? And so I don't know every detail that has occurred with you in your walk, and this is by no means me telling you, encouraging you to, whoever you're talking to bring them here. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is you should not be in control of whether or not a person get exposed to whatever. To me, the only person or the only entity that should be having his will accomplished, whether that's good or bad, is the Most High's will. And if it's something where your discernment over time has grown, I'm sure because of things that you have seen in the past that went well, and learning things that probably did not go so well, that you now have your discernment today. And so you could potentially take that away from, or because it still happened to that, but it just won't be, you doing it. It'd be somebody else doing it. Because I know me personally, the things that I learned in the beginning of my walk in the truth, you would never see me like parroting these sentiments. Of course, I believed them at first, some of them, not all of them. But going through that, bless you.
That's true.
No, you got going through that process of being skeptical, of seeing pitfalls and whatnot. I would say, at least for me, helped me with my discernment to know that as I'm reading the Bible, I should understand certain things should or should not be presented and whatnot. So I would just say be mindful of that when you're making a decision, because you might be the only light that this person encountered, right, within a day-to-day life, whereas they meeting Satan at every instance. And so I would just say to be mindful of that.
I understand what you're saying. I haven't volunteered what we do. If they ask the right question, then I would tell them, yeah, I would let them know what we doing, and so that has come up, because they ask if like social media and stuff, but I haven't given them our YouTube page or nothing like that. I don't know. I for my conscience sake, I don't put it out there, because I don't want to be responsible if something that we discuss on the Sabbath is something that is a stumbling block for them, because we're not on the same accord. So I'm not eager to talk about what we do. Now, I wouldn't boldly just block what we doing. I'm not like how Jehovah's Witness, not comparing us to them, I'm just saying how they knock on doors and they invite you to their home. I ain't doing that. I'm more guarded with them, because I'm not trying to offend one of the least little ones. And we being the same, we are still least little ones, whether we, at least I say myself, I am still there. And so I'm looking out for my brother and my sister, with me knowing as little as I do. And I think I'm doing what's best for both of us. So that's why I'm saying I wouldn't bring them in. I think I'm doing a good deed. Because even with, even though this is a conversation that was good, it wasn't, all over the place. It still was a conversation where we still trying to get on the same page. And I don't know. I ain't trying to be the most high. I've been told I move like that at times. Y'all need to tell me if I do that, because I ain't trying to. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to look out for my brother and my sister.
No, I understand, because I think the same way. That's why I don't do too much on the YouTube. The only way you can, in essence, prove that is if you can see a similarity in what God has done for you or anyone else versus someone else. So, have you ever attended or been a part of any congregation before this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have. So, for whatever reason, you were not congregating with them currently, right? It's not to say those brothers or sisters are bad or whatever the case may be, whatever it is. The point is, whatever it is that caused that to not to work, would you say that deterred you away from the truth?
Yeah.
Like, why you're not with them anymore? Whatever the reason is, I don't know the reason. I'm not asking for the reason. I'm saying there is a reason, correct, that you're not with whoever you're congregating with. Whatever that reason is, did that reason deter you from the truth, is what I'm asking. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like, people bounce around all the time, and that is something that is off about our community, where we think in our mind what's right, and so whatever congregation is aligning with what's already here, that's what we usually go with. But sometimes there isn't an alignment, and so people leave. And so that's why I'm saying, if you had the strength, and please understand, if the Lord wants somebody, if He's called somebody, it don't matter what we do. I could try to lie to somebody and say the Bible's not real, God is not real, whatever. If the Lord has chosen that person, if that person's elect, it will not matter if I say something false, or even if I'm the one that's chosen as a vessel to deliver something to that person that is true. It won't matter, because if I don't do it, He will use someone else to. And if He has something for an individual that He wants them to stumble upon, or whatever the case may be, He's going to do it. It's really about whether or not you're going to be the one to do it or not. And again, I'm not telling you to just be out there like that, because I don't even do that. I'm not saying that that's what you should be doing. I understand the point that you're making. You don't want to have someone, you don't want to be responsible for somebody potentially falling in error. At the same time, I just want you to be mindful of the other side of that coin as well, because we could try to do whatever we want. If the Lord wants something for a person, if He wants them to be exposed to whatever the case is, it's going to happen. It don't really matter who does it. The who is just the vessel at that time. So that's just something that I've learned, especially trying to teach the Bible to random people on the streets. Other than that, I would say that everyone here, at least from what I gauged, does, well, let me not say that. From what we went over today as far as the covenant is concerned, I will make sure the video is not private this time. I'll make it public, so that way everybody can see it, because usually after this is over, I have to go in and play with the video so that it actually can be seen afterwards. So I'll do that before I leave out of here today, and hopefully we can come back and convene on what was said. You guys can go back and review some of the points that was brought out. I'm quite sure I probably missed some things that could have been brought out, because this was not planned. And next week, I think that should be the topic at hand, to ensure that we are in fact in alignment with at least that, because that is, in my opinion, one of the most important things that one should know in regards to this Bible. Don't matter if you're in the truth or not. So, any questions or comments about that?
You can't say it wasn't planned.
Hmm?
You can't say it wasn't planned.
I didn't plan.
Right.
I ain't playing. But sometimes we need to go back to them core principles. I will say this to you. It is okay when you're putting together a lesson. You know, sometimes you're thinking about things and is this relevant or whatever, and you can kind of overthink what you are led to give out. That's all part of the process. So in any given week, if you, or even if you are given a lesson, I know sometimes it can be discouraging to subconsciously think whether or not this lesson is, i.e., important or not. Okay? Make no mistake about it. If it's in here, I don't care how trivial someone else may think it is. It's important. Okay? So I just want to encourage you, brothers, to keep on doing what you're doing. It is part of the process. I went through it myself. And it's part of the development. So you're doing a great job. You as well, Gabe. Especially that was impromptu. It was totally on the fly, and it was great. So. Other than that, if we don't have any questions or comments, I'll give it back to you.
We'll pray with y'all first. How about you? How about you with us today, man?
That's no problem.
Wait.
System.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Heavenly Father, we come to you now today, having gathered for your holy convocation to say thank you once again for just allowing us the grace to know your word and your truth in the little capacity that you have given us. Father, we ask that you continue to strengthen us, guide us, and lead us into the fullness of your knowledge and your truth. Father, we thank you for everything that you've given us, allowing us to be here today, knowing that at any point in time, you could take us away. Father, we just ask that you continue to forgive us, not only us, but all of your people, of all of our sins, iniquities, and transgressions. And we ask that you remember the covenant that you made with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob, that you swore by your own name to the works. In your holy name we pray. So be it.
Praises. Shalom, 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 everybody. Asa out. No, not you all. People in film. Asa out. Peculiar Treasures of Jeshurun. Those people who can't make it, I hope you were here in spirit. And to the people, I'm going to just leave it alone. Shalom.